Hello. Hello. Hey. Hello, everyone. Hey, how's it going? Excellent. Welcome to this year's Launchpad Conference. If you've not seen us or me before, my name is Whiskas. My real name's Sam. Everyone calls me Whiskas. It's a bit weird, but it's fine. I run Launchpad, and I'm very grateful to be here, giving you a welcome for today's event. I'm going to run through a few things to kick us off, because this is the biggest event we've ever done, and even I am slightly struggling to remember all the amazing things that my team have got programmed. And so I kind of want to go through what those are. But before we do, I just want to make a few points about the kind of the vibe of the day, really. Like, we know that events like this can maybe feel intimidating to people. We know that people can often come to these and want to get a lot out of it, but not quite be sure like who they're going to meet. We know that maybe there's pressure because it's an amazing opportunity to meet other people working in the local sector or in the national music industry as well. So this is just one quick request, really, that if you see anyone who's maybe like left out of a conversation, that maybe is looking for where to go next, you just do a friendly little, ask if you're okay, do you know where to go? We've got our team, you've probably seen them all around. We've got sort of some amazing volunteers, which I'll kind of go through later in our kind of blue Launchpad team T-shirts. We've tried to do slightly different lanyards. What colour are ours? I haven't got one. What colour are ours, Claire? Ours are like blue. We're like blue, the team. Blue lanyards. You're like orange, and then speakers are, what colour are speakers? Like green? Like green. So yeah, you can look out for that for people who, can maybe help direct you around. Before I run through the programme a bit more, I'm going to do what I feel has become kind of customary now and invite you to spend a couple of minutes getting to know the people around you. So if there's someone front of you, probably know people left and right. You might know each other, but do you know the person in front of you, behind you? Right, we'll go say hi. Find out what you're doing. Find out what you're here for. Yeah. Oh, thanks. Remember, keep an eye out for that person who's not involved in a conversation at this point. Can you say hi to them? Let's do business in the conversations. Right, boss, what are you here to get out? What are you here to get out today? What unit is it? Leeds School of Arts. Unit Arts. Do you know this guy? Yeah. Oh, you're fine. But these guys are brilliant. Get introduced to this guy.
We've got a layout. Yeah. We've usually got an old granny in the hand.
Oh, yeah. Right. As beautiful as this is, we need to wind it up for a minute so I can get on with some other things. So the other thing we've got today is we have had this idea of doing like connectors. I've talked about our team, but we've been talking to the wonderful Charlotte from Bradford Music Scene. Oh, you are here? Charlotte's over there. Like, Charlotte is there. If you do feel lost and you want connecting to people, Charlotte is there. Can you step into the light in the forward? There you go. Charlotte's quite hard to miss. So yeah, if you do need someone to reach out to, that Charlotte, and Charlotte will feed back to us, and we'll feed back to other people as well, if there's people you particularly want to see. Right, okay, if you can bear with me for a minute, I'm going to do what I don't normally do, and I'm actually going to run through the programme and a little bit of the logistics of the day, because I think, again, we've got so much going on, we've got so much in the building. If you haven't realised and you've been here before, we've actually added an extra session onto the end of the day, so we've got kind of like 3 extra panels. So a little bit of orientation first. You are currently in the theatre, whether you realise that or not. I say that, the people who are in front of my eyes at the minute, you are in the theatre. Those of you that I'm speaking to through the cameras in the cinema, you are in the cinema. Okay, and hopefully that's relatively obvious. We have a third kind of main panel space, and that is called the Black Box. And you can access that on the lower ground floor, so where you get into the theatre, like just further along the corridor. And that's where you can go to for panels in the Black Box. Because there's so much going on, we've tried to put lots of schedules around. So those are your 3 main areas. There's one other area, which is UG05, and UG stands for Upper Ground, and that is on the Upper Ground. And you'll have people signposting there. And that is where our speed advice sessions are, which I will talk about shortly. So just a quick rundown of the schedule. So first of all, after this, at the 12 p.m. session, in this room, you have Scorching Hot Takes podcast live with EMI North. So that is going to be a discussion about the local scene with EMI North and some of the artists who are signed to EMI North partners. In the cinema at 12 p.m, you have a live music industry insight session. So that is going to be breaking down marketing and live. So that's a very practical session, giving you advice on those things. And at the same time, at 12 p.m, the other option you have is in the black box, so just up here, and that is a presentation, a panel presented by the Musicians Union on improving cultural diversity and representation in the music industries. So those are your 12 p.m. options. At 1 p.m, we're going to be serving lunch, and I'll come back to that because we've got lots of fun things happening at lunch. Then after lunch, at 2 p.m, your option in the theatre is a panel hosted by BBC Introducing with Christian Carlisle. That is around the artist journey through music, so that is various artists that have been supported by BBC Introducing. Over in the cinema at 2 p.m. is an AIM Presents panel. If you're not familiar with AIM, that is this Association of Independent Music. They are the trade body that represents independent record labels, and they're going to be talking about small independent labels and building from the ground up. And during that point, in the black box, so 2 p.m. in the black box, is a session called Rip It Up and Start Again. And that is kind of what is happening in that session. It's an interactive zine-making session with some of the people that have been supported through our Northern Music Network Industry Connect program. So if you want to kind of deconstruct music culture, what it means to you in the North, that's an interactive session. That's kind of why I'm explaining this, because some of these sessions are running like quite differently. In the third session of the day at 3:15 p.m, your three options are, in the theatre, you've got a panel from Music Futures and UK Music Present, and that's about career pathways in the music industry. So that's looking at kind of like non-artist pathways. And we've got an amazing group of young people who've all had like different journeys to get really interesting jobs in music. At the same time, in the cinema, you have a panel presented by UD, who are amazing London-based partners who did a great panel last year on DIY culture. They're talking about surviving and thriving when you don't fit in the music industry. And at the same time, in the black box at 3:15 p.m, we've got a panel around the Leeds music heritage and how it links to current success. If you're not aware, there's an amazing exhibition happening in Leeds Museum at the minute around 60 years of the local music scene. So we've got some of the people involved in curating that. We, as Music Leeds, helped curate some music history walks this time last year. So we've got a bunch of people involved in that project. They're talking in that panel. And then rounding off the day in here, the 4:30 p.m. session in this room in the theatre, we've got an in-conversation with Dan Chalmers, who is the head of music for YouTube. Dan is actually a Leeds born and bred, so he's very enthusiastic about coming here, which is great. In the cinema at the same time, we've got the LNEG, which is the Leeds Nighttime Economy Group. So that is a group kind of based in the nighttime economy in Leeds, club culture. They are talking about how input of money is changing the dance floor and clubs. And then finally, over in the black box, we've got an amazing in-conversation with Susie Green, who's an award-winning psychotherapist and tour manager, talking about well-being while being on the road. So those are all the options there throughout the day. And I just wanted to break it down because hopefully you get a feel for the different flavours of the sessions. We've tried to break it up a little bit, so some are interactive. So we've got lots of amazing partners, again, for you to appreciate that. One thing I will say is, as some of you will have found when we checked in, we are, again, this is the biggest we've ever done in terms of panels, and it's the most sign-ups we've ever had. We've got lots of spaces. This space and the cinema hold about 200 people, and the black box holds about 80 people. If there is a lot of demand for any one session, and we might have to close the rooms off, essentially, if you know what I mean. You know, once they're full, they're full. We might have to ask you to go to another session. So if there is a session that you really want to get to, I do advise you kind of get to those rooms early to make sure that you get a seat. But there should, between the three rooms, there should be enough room for you. Okay, just a couple more things to mention, because this is taking longer than I thought, is in between all of those, I mentioned the speed advice sessions. So those of you who haven't been here before, between 2 p.m. and in the 3:15 p.m. session, we're going to be in the room, the upper ground floor room 05, which is easier than it sounds to find. And basically, you can book one-to-one meetings with these organisations and these wonderful people representing them. And that is, you know, PRS, PPL, and various others, which now I'm going to... No, PRS, PPL, the Musicians Union, PRS Foundation, Kath from Heavenly Records, who's an amazing marketing expert, Kicker, and Centric Music. Now, you can now book those one-to-one sessions if you need to get that QR code. That is also available on the website for you to go. So we've tried doing this in loads of different ways. This is the easiest way to do it. So if you want to grab that QR code, you can book those sessions. Now, three final things to mention then. I skipped over lunch because lunch is very important. The lunch is going to be provided in the upper ground floor. Hopefully that's relatively obvious where you came in. We are having to, again, normally we do it in a slightly bigger space, so do bear with us while we try and manage those queues. You are welcome to spread out and eat that across the upper ground and the lower ground floor. In the lower ground, where you all had coffee, we're going to have a UK music academic partnership partners drop-in zone. Hopefully I said music and partners enough there. Which is great. The great Ollie Morris, part of UK Music, is going to be kind of curating that, and that is an opportunity for you to have your lunch and speak to some of the trade bodies who are part of UK Music. The other thing to mention that I skipped over is at the end of the day, for the last few years, we've had drinks in this venue. We are now blessed with the fantastic Victorian Commercial Pub having opened around the corner. The team from them are the team that have been working with us on the drinks when we've done them in here, and that is where we are going to head at 5:30 today. So instead of having a drink in this venue at 5:30, we're going to head round the corner to the Victorian Commercial Pub, where we have a room booked for us, which isn't big enough, but the pub will just spread out over whole the pub. So that's that. The final thing, what was the final thing? Oh, the final thing I just wanted to mention before I hand over to our speakers is WhatsApp. How many people are on a Launchpad WhatsApp updates channel? Hands in the air. Fantastic. Right, so we've been trialing this thing, this WhatsApp updates channel, which seems to have been really effective. It works well, right, guys? Yeah, people? Yeah, brilliant. So if you're not on that, do check it out on our opportunities page. And anyone who you were sat next to who put your arm up and you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, ask them what it is and ask them to give you the link. Because we are certainly finding that is the best way to give you information. So yeah, but I've rushed that because I want to get on. Right, thank you very much. I'll be back after these two fantastic guests speak. Have a great day. And I'd like to pass you over to, I'm going the wrong way, Dr. Jo Twist from the BPI, who is going to tell us about what they do and how great things in music are.
Thank you very much. Do you want your notes? Right. Thank you very much. It's really, really great to be here. This is such a lovely space and a brilliant building, so you're very lucky to have this. I am Dr. Jo Twist. I'm the CEO of the BPI. We are the representative voice of the recorded music sector, so we represent record labels, all the big ones, the three big ones, and lots of small ones, and lots of other types of members. We were established in 1973, which is extraordinary because I've only been in this job and the music industry for 2.5 years. Before that, I was in the games industry and other industries before that. And the games industry is barely 50 years old. So coming into a music industry which is so established is really fantastic. Now, what I am going to talk a little bit about what we do at the BPI on behalf of the music ecosystem. And the reason why I'm showing you a picture that looks like salad is because I can't find a decent picture ever about that demonstrates what a good ecosystem is. And I love talking about ecosystems because I was a geographer by training. I love ecosystems, whether they're natural or built environment. And I love systems and good systems that work. And hence why probably I loved games as well, because they're really great systems. But what our role at the BPI is, I feel, is very much helping to support and plugging in at the right time to help grow the ecosystem for the good of the British music industry and every part of it. And that includes from the grassroots, from education, from grassroots and venues to making sure that we're joining efforts. We're a member of UK Music, so some of these things aren't directly within our remit, but we're part of that collaborative effort to make sure that the ecosystem, the foundations are fantastic for artists and for the businesses to succeed. And the UK's music industry is brilliant. It's massive. It's fantastically successful. It's globally recognized. We're the third largest market globally. For a small island, that's pretty impressive. And we are the second largest exporter of music globally, which again is extraordinary. We contribute billions to the UK economy as the music industry. We employ thousands and thousands of people, and we export massively our products, our IP, and our smart power. People sometimes use the term soft power, which I don't like. I prefer smart power. And that's about our sense of identity as a country. And recorded music in terms of the industry, has grown for 11 consecutive years, which is really impressive. And we're a critical part of the whole creative industry and the whole creative economy, which is one of government's 8 priority sectors, which is absolutely brilliant. And music features as a frontier sector within the creative industries in government's eyes. So our role at the BPI is quite simple. We have 4 key missions: to grow, promote, protect and support the British music industry and the businesses operating within it. And we champion UK British music at home in the UK through a range of projects that we do and initiatives that we run and partner with, as well as internationally. We do trade missions internationally. My team's just returned from British Music Embassy in South by Southwest Austin, which was incredible. And we do things like a music tech trade mission to Japan, and we do the LA Sync mission. So we take rights holders, artists, people who own rights, and we hook them up with studios like Netflix, game studios, film studios, and so on out in LA. It's really, really successful, and that happens in May, and that's open to anyone to apply. But one of the really critical roles that we do as a trade association is to make sure that we're doing a bit of gardening when it comes to the policy environment, which actually, you know, sometimes people don't see the connection between what happens politically and in policy terms and how that affects the environment that we operate in as businesses or as individuals. And it really, really does, and it needs to be healthy. And sometimes we call it stopping stupid shit happening, which is quite difficult to quantify. But a large part of what our policy and public affairs work is about is campaigning, but also stopping stupid shit happening. Because sometimes, you know, those of us in the music industry know it's quite a sophisticated, complicated industry. And there's probably quite a lot of misunderstanding. Even me coming into the industry, I misunderstood a lot of things. I didn't realize, you know, that there were these disconnections in the ecosystem. And, you know, even the evolving nature of what a label is important to keep politicians aware of so that they don't do something stupid. Because what's important is that we're all in the ecosystem able to invest in new talent, find new talent, make those decisions and help artists and our industry really grow from national to global stages. And 2 of the really key things that we've been part of over the course of the last 12 months in particular has been around generative artificial intelligence. And as we all know, there's wonderful opportunities with AI. I personally have been enjoying the cat dramas coming out of China. If you haven't seen them, I feel like it's a guilty watch. I probably shouldn't admit to that. There's lots of opportunities with Gen AI, but there are lots of threats. And one of those threats was a proposal by government to introduce something called a text and data mining exception, which basically would give free rein for AI companies to just steal all your shit for free to train their models and spit out stuff like Chinese cat dramas. Probably. And we joined a massive campaign across the creative industries to explain to government that that was a really bad idea and that our IP in creativity is what makes the UK fantastic and globally renowned across the creative industries. People need to be paid and people need to seek permission if you want to license my content. And it's as simple as that. The music industry has been the industry, I think, which has demonstrated that a healthy licensing economy and regime is really possible and it can be really successful for everyone. And we also got heavily involved into the economics of music streaming. And as a result, and that was a very, very long bit of work with industry and government, and we've all agreed now on some streaming principles. And what we then do is help our membership understand how to apply those principles and give them the information they need. But when it comes to growing British music, so that policy and business environment bit of work is really critical, but so is getting that international access and helping artists and helping companies and helping labels to get that international first leg up, I guess. And we do that through the trade missions, but also by showcasing. And, you know, it's really, really brilliant seeing British Music Embassy, which now Sadly, South by Southwest in Sydney no longer happens, but we took it out there. We take the BME with all the partners to South by Southwest London, as well as out in Austin. But we also try and help grow the opportunities for our label businesses by connecting them with innovation. Again, this is a really important part of what we do. The music industry is often the first one to be disrupted by technology and innovation. That's a good thing. That's what technology does, and it keeps you on your toes, and we embrace it. And we use technology and innovation to reach fans, to give fans more of what they want, to help your artists or your artistry go further. And when we're operating in such a competitive global environment now, it's really important that we're connecting labels and connecting opportunities with some of these amazing music tech startups. So we ran a program called Grow Music over the last 2 years, which was a 12-week accelerator for some of those music tech startups to solve problems for label businesses. One of the other important bits of work that we do is we administer something called the Music Export Growth Scheme, which gives grants to indie artists who are emerging to be able to go and help with costs when they go to tour overseas. And it's been an 11-year scheme that we've run, and we've just had our latest round, and it delivers £14 back to government and back to the economy for every pound invested. And that's the kind of evidence and the economic case that we always have to constantly make to government to show that this is worth doing, that it generates success and it generates income for UK PLC. We also like to do a lot of promoting the British music industry, and what that does is help to shape the public perception of music, and particularly of British music and British talent. So we do that to the world through the Brit Awards, which we run, and the Mercury Prize, which celebrates the best 12 albums of the year, which we also run. And again, it is also about recognizing success, not just commercial success, but cultural or artistic success. And when it comes to commercial success, we operate the Brit Certified scheme, so Platinum, Gold, Silver Disc, as well as Brit Billion Award and National Album Day, which this year the theme will be very exciting. And I can't remember if we announced it yet, so I won't tell you what it is. And then we also do all the protections. So I've got a fantastic team who work for all artists and labels to stop, again, bad shit happening. Because people, I don't like calling it piracy, but essentially a lot of the bad actors are criminal networks, and they're funding through exploiting your rights illegally. A lot of them are actually making easy money and doing lazy fraud, and it is funding a lot of serious crime, serious crime. So my team are a lot of former enforcement people, whether they're trading standards or police, and we work very, very closely with the City of London Police IP Crime Unit to stop bad shit happening. Okay, well, we've got 5 minutes left. Jeez. And how we support British music businesses is also by delivering a lot of insight, a lot of data, providing networking opportunities, but crucially championing creative education and skills. And I will go quickly through this one. Now, I will get to the creative skills piece in a minute, because this is really, really important, particularly for Leeds. Now, all of this work and all of this ecosystem gardening collectively means that British music has had a really great 12 months. Music industry, as we know, can be very cyclical. It is a tough global environment. You are competing with the whole world now, which is why we need all of these parts of the ecosystem to work really well together. But particularly female artists have done absolutely fantastically over the last 12 months. Not least Olivia Dean, who's just an absolute legend. And I know one picked up 3 awards at last night's Mobos. But it's helped music reach global shores again. These incredible talent who are not overnight successes. The life cycle, the development cycle for artists now, as we all know, is much longer than it ever used to be. And they need that support to be able to make it on the global stage, if that's your aspiration. And it's working well. We've had this new generation of British superstars that are really cutting through globally now. And we know that all of this talent is all around the UK. Artists from 9 out of 12 areas, nations and regions in the UK top the official charts in 2025. And we are brilliant because we have talent across the country. It is not a London-only thing, which is why we have done certain steps to make sure that we are acting a lot more outside of London than we ever used to be. This is a really bad slide for you to actually look at. This is the Global Music Report, because it just gives you that indication of that global picture and the global competition and those other territories that are really creeping up the charts. So we've got to continually explain to policymakers that these kinds of bits of support, like the MEGS funding, are continuing to be important because of the competition. We cannot be complacent. Music needs, and the music ecosystem needs, that feeding. And it is looking really positive and optimistic for 2026. Every #1 album, the first 11 weeks of this year, was by a British artist. That's extraordinary and pretty rare, but very, very good. So it gives us a lot to be.
Is any of it? Oh, there we go.
Thank you. Can I get 2 minutes back? Yeah. So we can't be complacent, and one of the ways in which we've started to really hammer that message home is by using different kind of storytelling to use examples and case studies like Wolf Alice, who have had this massively long journey. And I love these bits of storytelling because you see the photos of what they used to look like 10, 12 years ago. And it's just brilliant. You know, BPI and others in the ecosystem have supported Wolf Alice from the grassroots. They get that leg up, they get that support. They perform at British Music Embassy at South by Southwest. They get a MEGS grant. They then get nominated for a Brit Award. Then they get they get recognised by a Mercury Prize. They win their first Brit Award, and then they just won Best Group at the Brit Awards 3.5 weeks ago. So this kind of storytelling we're going to do a lot more of, because it's really important that us in the room, but also, again, the outside world, policymakers understand that this ecosystem is delicate. And that's why I like to talk about lily pads instead of stepping stones, because every stepping stone or lily pad to success is critical, but they require looking after. You cannot, they are not permanent, and we cannot let them die. And part of those lily pads to success is diversity, in my view. Diversity is the engine of creativity and innovation. We have a fantastic advisory group that helps advise us on everything that we do, but it started with the Brit Awards, this group, and they are our critical friends. We also try and spread the word and help our members become better at implementing diversity resources and strategies to make sure that they're finding diverse talent and they're bringing diverse perspectives to everything they do. So we partner a lot as part of the 5 Ps in our DEI strategy. I wanted to just explain why I've got a slide about the Brit Awards, because this is something that we do. We do the Mercury Prize as well. And for the first time last year, we moved them both out of London. So we moved the Mercury Prize to Newcastle, and we moved the Brit Awards to Manchester. It was extraordinary, and it's about bloody time it happened. And what it meant is that we moved this massive cultural moment, and you can't miss it in the city. The way that the awards were embraced by Manchester was extraordinary. But what it means is that we were also able to do... First time ever. We were also able to do a fringe, but I'm going to show this video. Now, it is loud. You've just had the fright that we both had. Sorry? 5 minutes, yeah. Oh, that was 5 minutes, yeah. Can I have a couple of more minutes? Yeah? Yeah. See, I do waffle. I'm so sorry. I'm going to show you this video because it was so heartwarming, and not all of you might have seen it, but I just want to show you it.
For the first time ever, we are coming to you live from the home of Britpop, rave music and Mick Hucknall, the G-spot of the North, Manchester! Who are you wearing tonight, sir?
Prada.
Prada, fuck off.
Group of the year goes to Whiskas.
We want to dedicate this award to all the people who helped us out in the early years of Whiskas.
Always I thought that the Brits have a good taste of quality to give the best awards for the right person, the right people.
I've got to thank my brother.
And the Brits Award goes to Renegade Skepta and Playboy Matt!
Lonely Young.
Who is that? Let's start running.
Manchester, wow, this place might be the greatest place on earth.
And the Brit Award for the Artist of the Year goes to...
And the winner is... The winner of MasterCard Album of the Year, Olivia Dean. Olivia Dean.
Olivia Dean!
Making this album has changed my life. I feel so proud to have made it.
Mark Ronson.
So I'm so grateful and thank you so much.
What a fucking great evening it's been. Up the Villa and Birmingham forever. Sunshine. Someone else's bed and have to pretend it's yours instead.
It just makes me really happy. But the point about that is that we moved this cultural moment out of London. Over 4,000 people worked on that show, and we tried really hard to make it a global platform this time. So going really local to global to be that global showcase and stage. And the most important thing about this and the Mercury Prize is that thanks to support from councils and from combined authorities, we're able to work in partnership on the ground with brilliant agencies to deliver really meaningful legacy pieces like The Fringe, workshops, showcases, advice, speakers, etc. And that's what properly investing, I think, in creative talent is about. We don't want to just come in, do a show and go out. We want to be part of the fabric and the ecosystem locally, because talent is across this country, opportunity is not. So we did the same with the Mercury Prize, and we'll be returning to Newcastle on 22nd of October. And I can't show that one because I haven't got any time. And that one will make you cry. That was all the kids from around the 6 local areas of the Combined Authority in Newcastle who joined the Mini Mercury Choir. Finally, the most important thing, after all of that, when I joined 6 weeks after I started this job, I was informed that a bid that we'd put in before I even said yes to this job was approved to open a new specialist creative education college in Bradford, projected to open in 2028. And some of these comments after the Brit Awards success, because a lot of the Brit School alumni picked up Grammys and Brit Awards, a lot of these comments on Instagram really resonated with us, and this is why we're doing it. So the college will be for 16 to 19-year-olds. It's been really, really well received by the local community. It will be free to attend, 500 places, projected to open in 2028, and it is based on the highly successful model of the Brit School in Croydon and Elam and others. And it will be a wide curriculum including music technology, performance, production art, film, media production and digital design. It is a core part of Bradford's future growth plan, the next 10 years. And we've had tremendous political support, both locally and nationally, as well as from the fantastic Mayor of West Yorkshire, Tracy Braben. It is right in the centre. It is going to be a new building. It is right in the centre of Bradford. The site has been announced as the Jacobs Well car park. It won't be a car park when it's finished, obviously. And we're really pleased to be right in the centre of this cultural heart of Bradford. So please join us. Please come and speak to me if you want to find out more. Music makes the UK great. We've got an innovation podcast. That's my email and our website. Thank you very much. Sorry for going over time.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. All right, very quickly, we're moving on to Helen Pheby, the head of Culture Heritage and Sport for West Yorkshire Combined Authority. So when we're talking about combined authorities, that means the 5 areas around Leeds, Bradford, Kirklees, Calderdale and Wakefield. Over to you, Helen.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Am I too old to go to Brit School, Joe? So yeah, I head up Culture, Heritage and Sport with West Yorkshire Combined Authority. Thank you so much for inviting me to be part of what is a really brilliant initiative. I think you were saying this is the 15th, 16th time? Yeah. So the Combined Authority in West Yorkshire is responsible for a lot of activity. There's over 1,000 people work there. A lot of it is to do with mass transit, bus franchising. I joined 2 years ago. Before that, I was Associate Director Programme at Yorkshire Sculpture Park, where I was for 23 years. And it was at YSP that I really grew to really understand the importance of creativity in what makes us human, and that everyone has to have access to education, to being able to see a career from start to finish, from being inspired by something that you see yourself represented in, and a clear path through to how you can succeed in that. So West Yorkshire actually has an incredibly rich creative educational heritage. When it was previously devolved as the West Riding, the head of education for the West Riding, Alec Clegg, put creativity at the centre of nurturing every child, and especially children who may have less privileged backgrounds. And that is as relevant, if not more relevant now, over 50 years later than it was then. And actually being taught through that education system myself definitely shaped my worldview, and what I hope to be able to contribute paying forward. So the brief of Culture and Heritage Sport is very broad, and it might seem like it doesn't complement each other, but actually what it's all about is creating the conditions, the system, the ecology for people to really be their best selves, to live their best lives, to find their dream jobs, and to do that right here in West Yorkshire, if that's where they want to live or move to. So the team works in the Inclusive Growth Directorate, and it's really important to me and to the organisation that growth is inclusive. So the government mandate is growth, but for us, absolutely, it's not growth at any cost. It's about people being able to fulfil their potential. It's that individual potential fulfilment that really drives growth inclusively. And we are a creative industries priority place. That means that we are with 5 other regions in the country benefiting from £25 million each to invest over the next 3 years. I've never been more popular on LinkedIn than when that was announced. I was like, what's going on? But I mean, it's a lot of money, but it doesn't go very far in reality. And what we have to do is what we're working through with stakeholders, through conversation with central government, with local authorities, with you, is what is our role in that? How do we invest that to be as strategic as possible, to be sustainable as possible? And what would we do as a combined authority if we didn't have any money? What could our role in the system be? Definitely it's around shaping policy. It's about listening and sharing through our connections to central government, how that might look. And it's about possibly, to put it not to be too cheesy, like what is our role in the orchestra or in the band? What's the instrument that we can best play to support all you to live your best lives, to have your most amazing careers that you all deserve? So one of the things that we are doing is looking at what is the most strategic geographical footprint intervention we can make. So what should we only do in West Yorkshire that no one else should be doing? Where should we get out of the way and just let other people get on and do stuff? One of the things that we are doing is we have our cluster action plan that's been shaped through consultation, over 100 conversations. There's a group now that's come together to help deliver that. To evolve it, it needs to keep changing and responding to opportunity and challenge. We are working in partnership with other combined authorities across the whole of the North as part of the Great North Creative. That's something we are leading on. Music is a key sector in that. And an example of what works best on a northern footprint rather than the West Yorkshire or National is the recent Northern Stage at South by Southwest. And that's come out of a partnership which has just announced the Northern Music Export Office, which is run by Generator. And that is 4 combined authorities. It's us, Liverpool, Tees and the North East have come together to fund that. Now, that is designed to benefit everyone in the North. So if you put your postcode in, you will access information, knowledge. If your area has put more money in at the minute, you will have more money available to go overseas. But what we're hoping to do is to not leave anyone behind and make sure that as different regions go through devolution, there is more funding available somehow so that everyone has that. It's not a lottery postcode. So that's pretty much where we're at. So thank you so much for this. I'm sure you're going to have a really inspirational day. And just to say, like, when I was growing up, DJing didn't seem something that a woman could do. And that's changed. That's changed brilliantly. And if the creative industries are going to thrive, it has to be 100% of the population who feel that they can do it. So thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. That was brilliant. Yeah, and like, you know, it's great to hear like the dovetailing between those initiatives like the Northern Music Export Office. So I was lucky to be over in Austin for the South by, and we had the band's Adult DVD and King No One from this region going over. And there are currently plans to do a couple of other events at the Great Escape and South by London. And then I think once the office is set up properly, it'll become a lot easier to see where funding and support can go from there. And just to pick up on Olivia Dean as well, I'm sure everyone is a big fan of Olivia Dean, but has anyone heard Jane McDonald do Olivia Dean yet? It's like a whole new, it takes it to another level, really. And I think that just shows what we can do here in this region, right? Right, just a quick couple of thank yous before I set you off on the rest of the day. This day isn't possible without an army of people and collaborators. I've talked you through the programme. You've heard a little bit about the organisations who've helped shape the day today. It's actually, I find it quite funny because me and my team, we've done very little to like put people on the stage, really, in terms of we've not chosen many of the speakers. Nearly every panel has been working with another organisation or curator, which has been really, really exciting to do. But in terms of delivering this, you know, it's great to have the partnership of Leeds Beckett University. One of the exciting things about working here is actually we're working across lots of different teams. So it's great to have the kind of music and sound team, where if you don't know, I also work as a lecturer, supporting us on all the sound and everything throughout the day. But we're also partnering with the broadcast media and content creation team, so they're supporting us and their students to live stream. And there's people who have welcomed you today and helping us, you know, event manage today are from the events management team at the university as well. So amazing thank you to all those students and the team who are part of that as well. We couldn't do today without our funders. So as well as the support we get from Leeds Beckett University, the Launchpad is supported by a number of funders. So PPL, the PRS Foundation, Youth Music and Arts Council England, and for this event we've funded from the West Yorkshire Combined Authority as well as part of that Networks Fund to make things happen, and Leeds City Council as well. I just had to check I did everything. So Leeds City Council to make this happen as well. And that supports us to run as many programmes as we can really throughout the year. And yeah, without a moment of introspection, you know, it's tough. We're constantly trying to bring in funding to create programmes that allow us to support yourselves throughout the year. So, have a great day. Remember what I said. Look out for people, have a good time, make new connections, be aware of what's going on. As I said, we realised this morning there's so much going on. We've tried to put those posters everywhere with the times on and the venues. If you go on the website, there's a link to book the speed advice sessions. You can find out more about each speaker, each panel. There's a quick, like if you click the button schedule for the day, there's like a clash finder. There's maybe too many ways, but lots of different ways for you to hopefully find out what's going on throughout the day. The next session will start at 12 in one of the 3 different rooms. The break is at lunch. Bear with us while we manage that. Have a great day. I'll hopefully see you at some point, and if not, in the Victorian commercial at 5:30. Thanks.
Yeah. Because I just tapped it. Everyone good, yeah? Everyone good, yeah? Hello everyone, welcome to the Scorching Hot Takes live panel. We're very grateful to be here with EMI North and then amazing artists Lucky Iris and Kenzo J. So it's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to Launchpad for having us on. Just a little bit of a background about us. We started Scorching Hot Takes as a music podcast about just over a year ago. It was one of my modules on my course that I study here at Leeds Beckett. And it, first of all, as you'll agree, it just started off as like to kind of pass my course. We'd never really had an aspiration to do podcasting, but then we realised we actually started to really enjoy it, and we'd established a bit of an audience. And then a year on, we're here. So
I didn't think we'd be doing this.
Did not think we'd be doing this. It's amazing. It's our first ever panel, so we're excited but a little bit nervous. But yeah, I'll pass it over to EMI North. Do you want to introduce yourselves and the stuff you do?
We can start, yeah, thanks Sam. Hey everyone, my name's Scott Lewis, so I'm the label manager at EMI North. We are a record label. Our office is in Leeds, just over the way. And we are the first time any of the major labels have opened up a physical space outside of London in the UK. So very proud and honoured to be leading that and doing that. We can talk a bit more about my background later on, but yeah, Jazz, on to you.
Hi, I'm Jasmine. I'm the label coordinator at EMI North. It was started in 2023. There's 3 of us on the team. There's also Tash, who can't be here today. But yeah, we're all Northern, and we all where's my train of thought?
I don't know, we're all Northern.
We all love the North.
Yeah, let's set that.
And then Kenzo, do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, my name's Kenzo J. I'm an artist, rapper, singer, and from Bradford originally. So if there's anyone from Bradford, get up. Yeah, nice.
You're doing well so far, Kenzo. We didn't get a whoop. What's going on here?
I'm also from Bradford.
Yeah.
And then Lucky Iris.
Sadly, we are not from Bradford, I'm very sorry. But we have lived in Leeds quite a long time, so we call it home. And we make crunchy electronic pop. So yeah, I'm Maeve.
I'm Jasper, and we're part of a duo, Lucky Iris. And yeah, crunchy pop music, forever.
I love it. I thought we could just talk a little bit about, especially to talk direct towards the EMI guys, how important it is having a label presence outside of London, specifically in the north.
Yeah, so I think, as I said, this is the first time any of the majors have done something outside of London as a physical space in the UK. So I think that in itself is a huge statement. It was launched, as Jazz said, in January 2023. So it still feels like it's in its infancy. We still feel really early on in it. And my background is I set up my own indie label called Clue Records. So I started Clue in 2012, so a long time ago. And that led me into doing this. I think labels have always been in the north. There's always been a great labels. Whiskas, who you also saw speaking earlier on, was part of Dance to the Radio and helped form that early on, who were one of the reasons that I moved to Leeds. I'm from the northeast originally. And so I think there's always been inspirational labels and people making music and sort of helping people who are making music in labels. You think about Creation Records or Factory, and there's a huge heritage and history of these incredible labels across the north. But I think for us it was about we're in a really unique and privileged position where we are part of the Island EMI label group. So those are 2 iconic, unbelievably large and important labels. Islanders artists like Amy Winehouse, Bob Marley, Lola Young, Yard Act, and also English teacher to Leeds natives as well. So a huge, incredible roster there. And EMI, you're going back to think about the Beatles, and then they're also looking into newer stuff as well, like Near Archives in there. There's so many incredible artists on those 2. So for them to have this idea and come up and set this up is a huge thing. I think our intent is to sign artists directly and work with brilliant northern talent initially. That is what we're looking at, our remit, to look at artists from the north of the UK. We've released most recent albums by a band called Doves, who are from Manchester, 25, 30-year history, #1 records, Brit nominations, a really brilliant band, and then an artist called Nadine Shah, who's from the Northeast. Two really credible, phenomenal, groundbreaking artists, in my opinion. And we've just signed a new artist called Walt Disco, who've got 2 records out already. They're from Glasgow. So we've got a frontline label. We sign artists and we work with them and develop them ourselves. And then we also work with a bunch of incredible label partners as well, of which Launchpad R1 is Launchpad Plus. So they have their own roster, to which Kenzo and Lucky Iris are signed. And so they are behind the sort of strategy and developing these artists, and we help them in doing that. So there's sort of layers to it. But yeah, I think there's so much incredible talent in the north, and talent is everywhere, but the opportunities aren't necessarily. So it's a big thing for us to be able to try and provide those opportunities, working alongside people like Launchpad and Generator and other brilliant talent development organisations. But also, it's not just about the artists, it's also the aspiring industry professionals who's coming through, who's going to be the next artist manager, the next label head, and all of this is really important to us as well. So yeah, there's tons of talent out there. We're just trying to help harness it and work with other brilliant people.
Yeah, and this one's a bit more directed at the artist. We'll start with Lucky Iris. Do you want to talk us through like your journey into music and all the steps you've sort of taken to then now being signed to Launchpad Plus?
Yeah, so we started in 2020. It was very much a bedroom pop project, and we released our debut EP and by ourselves, and it was in the middle of lockdown when we thought it was going to be 2 weeks, and we were like, oh, it's fine, you know, a couple of weeks and we'll go out and gig. Anyway, that didn't happen, but very shortly after that, we actually got funding from Launchpad, literally after our first release. We were very grateful, and we've worked with them ever since. They've been there for the entirety of our journey, and really helped channel us through what it's meant to become Lucky Iris now. We weren't producing then. We now do all our production, and it sounds quite different, but that's all been part of our journey. And yeah, and then more recently, our partnership with Launchpad Plus and EMI North, and it's been great, and we love the team. Anything to add?
Yeah, especially the recent partnership, it's been amazing. We've been with Launchpad like our whole journey. They've like guided us every step of the way, really helped with releases, advice, mentoring, all that stuff. And then EMI North have come in and kind of helped us take that next step with them. And it's just been, we're very grateful for the opportunity, and yeah.
And it's been amazing, the partnership, because we've been able to keep our team, who we know, and yeah, work with the amazing systems that is EMI North. But actually, Scott was one of our first mentoring calls on Launchpad back when we first started working with them.
Yeah, I remember. So as well as setting up my own indie, I was working as a mentor, like the lead mentor for Launchpad and doing that. So yeah, we spoke early on. I forgot about that, so you mentioned that. So yeah, that was like an incredible opportunity to be able to do that. And I think that also shows like the development. You have developed so much on from there, like I have in my personal career as well. Like I think there's a real path for that from organisations like Launchpad as well, providing that support and those opportunities.
Yeah, and Kenzo, what was it like for you? What was your journey coming from Bradford and then into signing with Launchpad Plus as well?
Yeah, I'd been making music for probably a few years. I'd had an EP out that everything's independent that I've done myself, even down to like the cover art is me. So it's been a bit of a transition to there, and then I released a mixtape called Sabretooth, Director's Cut, and then I've always had industry talks with people going, oh, you should talk to Whiskas from Launchpad, you know, it'd be really good. And then we eventually had a conversation, and I had a project at the time, like ready to go. And I just wanted I didn't want to make something and it just fall and nothing happen with it. So I kind of wanted to have people to help me for once. You can be quite stubborn as an artist and be like, nah, I'll do it all myself and no one's going to stop me from doing that. But Launchpad have really, like, we had a conversation and they really understood what I was trying to do. And think since there, Claire and Whiskas from Launchpad, it's really been like, can be a lot. It can be very overwhelming sometimes when you've got a project on the way. So they've really taken some weight off my shoulders, and now I'm talking to you lot. So, yes.
Can we give a big shout to Claire as well? Hello, Claire, sat over there. No, you don't know this. But I'm sure a lot of you know her, and I think Claire's phenomenal. And yeah, support Love Eye, so you get your credit.
Yeah, well, we'll give another shout out to Drew. He's also sat in the front row. Speaking of the same thing, it was one of them things, me and Max were quite stubborn. We didn't want to get anyone else involved. We like doing it all ourselves. But Drew, our best mate, is now also our editor. And it does... Give us a wave, Drew.
Hi, Drew.
So he's been a massive help for us as well, just in terms of giving more time to do prep for videos. And, I mean, like being creative, like you need that time to be creative and like sit with your thoughts, and just time is such an important thing. Yeah.
I thought we could ask a little bit about how important local music scenes are for developing as artists, and also how regional scenes matter, especially with the streaming era and everything that we're in. So,
Yeah, I mean, regional scenes are massively important. We were kind of chatting about it earlier. And you look, I think when I was kind of trying to get into the music industry, I didn't really know where to look necessarily. And I think especially now, regionally, there's so many different organisations where you can look to. In the Northeast, there's Generator, there's Bradford Producing Hub in Bradford, of course. There's Launchpad, there's Brighter Sound in Manchester. So there's so many places that you can look to for advice, for mentorship, for funding advice as well, even funding as well. So yeah, it's massively important. I think, yeah, you look at artists that have come up recently, we were chatting about it, and it's like, when you look at like Yard Act and English Teacher, you can see that thread of, particularly in Leeds, where they've started in the kind of grassroots venues like Hyde Park Book Club, and then they've gone on to the Brudenell, and then they've conquered O2 and Millennium Square, and you can see it over the years how they've grown.
I think as well, I struggle with the regional bit, because it makes me feel like you're just a regional, you know, you don't have bigger ambition than that, or do you know what I mean? You belong in this pocket and sort of stay there. For me, the music that Kenzo's making and the music that Lucky Iris making and these other artists that we work with can be worldwide. Why can't it? Do you know what I mean? I think those artists have got the talent and the ability to channel something that somebody in a completely different part of the world will resonate with and do that. And you usually see it, I'm sure, in your dashboards and Spotify for Artists and Apple Music. Like it's not just people in Leeds or Bradford and Kirklees and all the rest of it listening to it. It's all over the place. And you're playing in London next week. So I think that's really important to me. That it's the regional bit. It's like no, you can have the ambition and go out and do that. Like the music is good enough to do that. But I think it's really important to build your local community as well, and find those people around you, and be able to grow from a base, have a real physical base. I think can be really important for your growth, and to come back to that and recognise it. And I think, as Jazz has said, Yard Act are a great example of that. When they signed to Ireland and they released their first album, they were doing a jumbo sale in the car park of Brudenell and sort of selling the records there and making it very clear that they were in a physical place that they belong to. They still record their albums at Nave Studios in Leeds. So there's a huge affinity, which I think is really important to the place that you are from. I think it can really add a lot to you as an artist.
Definitely. When you're looking to sign artists at EMI North, are there any sort of signs and symbols that you look for to know when someone's ready to be able to make that next jump?
The music is like the top thing. Like I think there's a perception sometimes that you're just looking for an amount of followers or likes, and you're looking at the social stats and the data, and you're sort of analysing that, and then you sort of bet on some of those things. From my experience and from our experience of working, doing EMI North, the recent artists that we've signed, Walt Disco, they are not a new artist. They've released 2 albums on a brilliant indie. We've ended up working with them because I met their manager at Glastonbury, just randomly bumped into him, was introduced to him. So we had a phone call maybe a year or 2 after that, and just kept in touch. He sent me some demos, and I was like, these are phenomenal. Like, these songs are incredible. I'd love to do something, and we worked out that relationship from there. So then I went to see the band live at the Wardrobe, But it was never a thing of like, well, they've only got like 150 followers or like whatever followers. Do you know what I mean? That was never a consideration for us. It's like, no, this music is good enough and strong enough, and we believe it can really reach people and do something. So that was the core bit for us. It came down to the music.
Yeah, literally, when we're trying to listen to a new artist, it's like we'll just sit in the office and listen to it. It's like that is the first thing that comes, and then it's like, oh, well, you know, you delve into them a little bit deeper. But it is having them on a speaker, and does the music, do we like it? Does it resonate with us?
I was just going to add to that, like, if there are any artists in the room, like, how do you sort of get to that point if you want to reach out to a label as well? Like, you do become aware of buzz and sort of noise around an artist, and a lot of people are talking about that. So I think it's just being the artist that people talk about as well, and doing those things, making an impression is really important.
And just to follow on from that, do you think that the presence in the north, like being on the ground, being able to see them at these grassroots venues in the north, do you think that is a massive important thing in terms of discovery?
Absolutely, like, because we have 7 label partners who are across the north, so that's Manchester, Liverpool, Nottingham, what are the other ones?
Leeds, Liverpool, would you say Manchester, Newcastle? Lots of them. Yeah.
But that's really great because they can kind of be our eyes and ears in that way as well. So, you know, we're only 3 people. So being able to have them kind of feed things into us is really important. And just chatting with people from across the north and seeing what they're listening to, what gigs they're going to, who's buzzy, like, yeah, there's so many different ways to kind of find new music there.
Taking notes of your podcast as well, and who you are hyping up, and like, obviously you've been talking about the North and Flat Moon and other artists like that. Like, we take, like, there are certain cultural tastemakers that are important, and particularly on a ground level of shouting about those artists from that low level. It's so hard to know everything that's going on. So we look at people like you and other people that are like shouting about these great artists to be like, all right, yeah, they know what they're talking about and they do some really good stuff, so let's go and check out that artist, and you sort of follow the thread from there, yeah.
Do you think, from the artist perspective as well, do you think that sort of having the local like labels helps give a bit more sort of like authenticity and a bit more of like a credibility that these guys can really sort of support you in your careers? Start with Lucky Iris again.
Yeah, I think going back to the chat about like what's important about regional support, it's just everything really. It's where you get your first fans, it's where you play your first gigs. It's like, we're big fans of all the venues around the city, but we spent a lot of time at the Polar Bear in Hull, which is a great venue, which is in need of support sadly at the moment. But I think they heard every demo for the last like 3 years. We'd go and play and like do a fresh set, and we'd go there and like perform it to a crowd of fans who turn up every week because they want to hear new music and they want to be there and they want to support new artists. And it's really invaluable because it just helps you create your sound. And we credit Leeds to a lot of the reason why we're as, I guess, alternative in our sound as we are. I don't think we would have the same kind of sound if we were somewhere else.
Yeah, there's not lots of pop coming out of Leeds, and I feel like it's because Leeds has kind of helped us get our own like unique sound, and you can really hear it on our music over the years. Like, the more we've played in DIY venues, the more we've got like the friends we have around us, the music we make, you can really like hear that alt side to our pop music, which then, thanks to people like EMI North, they then like help you like get to London, they help you get opportunities like around the UK, and then you can get that sound that you've created in the scene in Leeds out to the rest of the UK and beyond.
Yeah, we have to think about like what will sound good in that basement that we're going to play. Like,
I'm just going to jump on the Polar Bear thing as well in Hull. Like, I think they're an incredible example of trying to platform and give opportunities to artists from outside of Hull and outside of the sort of like your doorstep. When they have their nights on, it's free entry, it's usually rammed, they put a lot of local artists on. But in between the bands playing, they also play music from artists around, like unsigned or new coming through artists as well, which is really important, because then it's like, that doesn't normally get played in a club or in between bands. So that is also just like those little touches that are really important. And Dan, I think, I saw Dan earlier, I think Dan is here today, who's involved with a lot of good stuff in Hull. And Mac, like, they just work tirelessly to support emerging artists and put new things on and take chances and work really hard for not a lot of money coming back to it. So yeah, there's real champions out there that are doing good stuff.
Kenzo, do you want to add sort of from your perspective, do you think that the local support has maybe felt a bit more like personal, like a bit of personal involvement in your career, people that actually sort of believing in you?
Yeah, I think as an artist, you need self-belief no matter what. You need to believe that your vision is the one that you want to do. But I think the fact that you've got people around you locally that can almost back you up, that can be like, yeah, this you're right in this and keep going. That is a really motivating factor. I've done Polar Bear a few times as well. It's really nice to like go there because like realistically, no one really knows who you are, but they're all there for a good time, and that's important as well because when you're starting out, you're like, oh, I'm from Bradford or I'm from Leeds. Going to Hull, that's still, you know, out the way, and then people are there to show up for you, and that's because they've built a community around there that is able to do that. I think going when I don't want to bash on the South or anything like it's Game of Thrones, but it's like it's literally just sometimes it feels like, oh, we're doing our thing, we'll let you in if we want to, and that's based off if you've got enough merit, like statistically or whatever it is. I think having just our own like quadrant or region up north that is just building on itself, and then we don't rely on anybody. We can do it by like I said, by ourselves. So.
I think on that as well, a massive part of what we're doing is not to exclude London and be like that. It's northern only. Like it's about connecting that. The music industry is still wholly, the majority of it is still exists in London. That is the capital of it. So it's really important that as much as we do things in the north and support things and work with great organisations and artists and people, we connect that and have a really strong relationship there, and it's something we do very actively. You've been down into the Universal building and done a lot of great stuff there as well. So it's something that we make. It's a real aim for us. It's like it's not us versus them in any way. It's like no, we have to. The way we can build best is by harnessing everything that's there and bringing it up here as well.
But that's what's great about the Launchpad Conference as well. It's very anti-gatekeep. It's about sharing information and for everyone to have a better access to music. So yeah, that's what's brilliant about bringing people together. I think music can be quite isolating sometimes because a lot of the time you're in a studio or in your room or wherever you are making your music. I think sometimes it's just really important to come together and be able to share information and get to know each other.
Since signing with Launchpad Plus, what's been the biggest change in how you approach music? Is it actually I can't tell if I can hear myself. Oh, no, I can. Has that been like that the whole time?
Yeah, last few guys.
Brilliant. Since signing with Since signing with Launchpad, what has been like the biggest change in your careers and how you approach music?
I guess I'll take that. Yeah, I mean, I think we're on our 5th single, I think, from, if I do the maths correctly, maybe 4th. And I think the biggest difference I've noticed is that, one, I think my music is getting a bigger reach. I do think that is the case. I've definitely seen that. Like, the numbers don't lie on that. But also, again, like I said before, like, just the pressure is alleviated on, like, it's not all on me to get, like, everything done all the time. And I'll be honest, I'm not used to like working in certain time frames. I'm kind of just used to doing whatever I want, how I want, with no structure. And that's kind of that was kind of my downfall at one point. And sometimes you need someone to come into play and give you that structure as maybe as a business side of things. As much as you might be good at the art, the business side is really important if you're wanting to progress. So that's where, you know, Launchpad have come into play and really helped me out there because I'm not savvy on any of that stuff really. So.
Yeah, the unsexy side of music that people don't tell you about is how many spreadsheets there are to get a release out. So shout out to our team who help a lot with that. But really, like a shameless self-plug, but we wrote a song called Something to Believe In. And unironically, it is definitely about the support you need. I would love to say that self-confidence will get you everywhere, but there's a certain point where having people who believe in you and what you're doing and saying, yeah, I love this song, let's put out there, how are we going to do this? How is this going to happen? People turning up for you and supporting you, I think that's invaluable. So,
yeah, I also think as an emerging artist, I think something that's really important is getting opportunities and like growing the opportunities you get. And I think what Launchpad have provided for us is like, one, opportunities, and two, like a team behind you that you can kind of check the opportunity you're doing is going to help you advance your career, that you might be getting paid fairly for it, or it might be the wrong decision. Maybe it's just like another person or team behind you that can just help like progress your career in the right way.
Yeah, it's nice to have a sounding board, I think, of people to be able to bounce ideas off and get advice from, because we're lucky that we're a two-piece, so we do have each other to chat to about this, but, you know, it's great to get someone outside of, you know, kind of the bubble that you're in, to be able to talk about what you're trying to do and what you want to achieve.
I also think that on that, there's a lot of talk about the team, and sometimes you can feel like, because that's a very privileged position to be in as well, to have a team and build that around you, and that can feel quite grand, like it's these huge people who are really influential. But realistically, like the people around you, I think are people that you've come through with, and they've grown as much as you've grown all the way through, I would say. Like, it's so important. It was interesting hearing you. So was it Drew that you mentioned? Sorry,
yeah, Drew. Yeah.
Hello, Drew. That Drew coming in and being part of that is pretty incredible, because we were at the Mobos last night and got to see Olivia Dean, and we were talking this morning about a lot of aspiring pop artists and singers, or anyone would, but if they will want a manager, they want someone to manage their career, and they will aspire to have Olivia Dean's manager or Sam Fender's manager, or somebody who's doing incredible things, and that manager is at the top of their game as well. But for me, it's the people around you that are sort of, that they are, why are they not the next Olivia Dean manager or the next Sam Fender manager? Like those people started at a baseline as well. So find the people around you. If you've got somebody in your network who's the chatty one, the gob, do you know what I mean? That goes around and knows everyone in the room and can do the networking bit. That to me is the ingredients of a good artist manager. So why not just go on, sort of be part of the journey together, and they can grow their career and become something that they might not have otherwise. I think that to me, there's huge value in that. When I started Clue, I didn't know what I was doing. I found a band that I loved, and I was like, right, I'll be your label. And they were like, what does that mean? I'm like, I don't know. Let's work it out. And we did, and like, I'm thankful that I'm sat here doing this and running something that I think is incredibly important. But it was all just off instinct and desire and purely that. So I think there's tons of great people in this room that will be the next great industry person, whatever it is. So yeah, find them.
Yeah, I do massively agree. I think it's often quite overlooked how you can like grow with people, and just that initial trust if you've got a connection with someone. Like when we started the podcast, from our perspective, we've got no sort of video editing skills, never done anything like it. Yeah, that was a big problem, but it's like the thing that it's learning on the job, and if you're going to bring in people to give you like the time, that's the main thing for us, that can just sort of alleviate that a little bit. I do think it's a massive, massive help. So yeah, you don't always need to be like waiting, well, I've only got so-and-so, I want to get to this level. Like this person that's here right now can skyrocket and grow together. And I think when you look back on it, that might actually be more rewarding in the long run.
Totally, I absolutely think so. We were talking as well, weren't we, about Emily Savage. I don't know if Emily's in the room at the minute, but she's a brilliant artist manager and sort of, do you want to talk, because you were on a panel with Emily yesterday, were you?
Yeah, so...
She was telling you about how she started and stuff.
Yeah, so I was on a panel with Emily yesterday in Manchester, and I've known her for a while, but I didn't really know her like kind of background. But she was talking about how so we were all talking about our backgrounds, and we all had like semi sort of music uni pathways. And she was like, I did a degree in psychology. And then she discovered that she wanted to get into writing, so she started being like a music journalist. And then she found an artist that she really loved, so she was like, yeah, I'll be an artist manager. And it just shows that you just don't have to go down a route that you might have thought that you were going to do. Because, yeah, for her, she just found an artist that she was like, oh, well, I'll sack off the psychology degree and I'll manage this incredible artist. And she's doing amazingly. And I think a lot of people are doing things quite ad hoc. I don't think people, even if you go to music uni, you're not taught how to run a record label or how to be a promoter. You're kind of given the skills to do that. So I think, yeah, a lot of people don't have their shit figured out, and that's fine. And I think, yeah, we're all learning together, and yeah, collaboration is like a massive part of that as well.
Definitely. For artists, like along your journey when you were sort of like learning how to figure it all out, do you have any sort of like advice or like key moments in your career, or like what worked for you in terms of being recognised by people like Launchpad Plus and then EMI North?
Yeah, I mean, when we started, I was doing my philosophy masters, so we didn't start our artist project until, after uni. We didn't really get empowered into seeing music as a career. Like that wasn't something that was told was going to be a reality for us. We're always incredibly passionate. I was actually the Band Society social sec, which was basically a big spreadsheet where you'd email each other and be like, I like the Red Hot Chili Peppers, because I was on a bit of a thing at the time. Do you want to meet up and jam? That was my music journey up until that point. But yeah, I've lost track. Where am I trying to go with this? Advice on how to get in. Basically, you just have to believe in yourself, I think. And
is that another plug?
Yeah, that's another plug.
Yeah, I think it took us quite a lot of time to like develop our artistry. I feel like we always, like you keep saying, believed in like our project and like our goals, but I think you can hear it in our like music, like the progression, the kind of I don't know, the boldness we start to like accumulate with the music we really want to make. And I think you can hear that over time. So I think it's just, we get told a lot of time by people in the industry to be patient and to work hard at the same time. And patience is very hard as an artist. Anyone who knows us will know I'm
not very patient.
Yeah, we'll push really hard for opportunities. We'll put all the work in that is like kind of needed as an emerging artist. But I do think there's that level of like taking the time to get better at your craft, and I think the results will come.
Yeah, I think it's been an incredibly exciting start to the year for us. We've hit achievements that we didn't necessarily think that we would hit right now. But it's funny because we've been doing kind of the same thing that we've been doing for the last couple of years. And I think if you'd told us a couple of years ago, do you want the opportunities that we've got now? We would have said, yeah, we're ready, let's go. But I think actually having the time that we've had to build in confidence in our sound and in what we want out of what we create and what we do. And we've had that time to grow and that time to learn. And I think we're in a way more empowered place now. So sometimes time is good, which we are learning, or I am learning.
Yeah, definitely. Kenzo, do you have anything to add on to that?
Yeah, I agree 100% with what you just said there. Like, you think you're ready for the moment, or you think you're ready for this, big thing that's going to happen or whatever it is. But when you look back, you're like, oh, if that happened, then I would have like crashed and burned, because it's not what you don't know what you've done. You haven't learned anything yet to get to handle that situation. One piece of advice that was given to me is just take every opportunity that comes your way. But not only that, do it to the best of your ability, because you're gonna have time. I think especially when you're coming up, you're gonna have times where you're performing in front of maybe 3 people in a room, and that might not be the dream, but you don't know who those 3 people are. And if you play every show like it's Glastonbury, eventually you'll be there. So I think that's my only thing. Just make sure you're doing everything at 100%, not half-assing anything. And I don't see how that couldn't pay off,
That 3 people in a room thing, I think is really important, because I used to be in a band and I was the one who was driven and trying to make things work, and that happened loads, 3 people in a room. And I would focus on the people that weren't there and be annoyed. And I was like, why is nobody here? Why, like, we're here and like playing, and why is there only 3 people? But instead, if you take the mindset of like, those 3 people walking out of here are super fans of ours, like we're playing as if this room's full, then you take those 3 out who've had like a really intimate experience with you on like this artistic thing, and they'll remember that. It's like, there's 3 of us in that room, and they still played like they were main stage at Glastonbury. It's like, that was phenomenal. Like, can you imagine if the room's buzzing and it's full? Like, that would be something. So yeah, I think there's a lot to be said for that as well. It's about your mindset and how you approach things.
I think as well with that, it's like one of those third people in the room could be like an artist manager, a label manager, whoever it is, you don't know. But then at the same time, it's like, well, I think people severely underestimate the power of word of mouth, even though we're in an age of like social media and scrolling and, you know, whatever's got the biggest viral hit, whatever, that's fine. And that does work. But if you go watch if there's a movie in the cinema, you're probably going to watch it because your friend's seen it and they've said it's really good. So if your friend has seen some artists in Hull, Polar Bear, or wherever it is, and they tell you about them, you're going to check them out, and then you're going to go to the next one, and then it's just a snowball effect then. And so there's no reason to not show up when you're showing up, basically.
Yeah, we turned up to a gig in Hull, and somebody showed us a photo of us together at a festival in Coventry, and like outside in One Ton Above, and they'd brought all their friends to the show, and they were like, "This is where I last saw you," and then they were all there to support us.
Yeah, I'm assuming, like Kenzo was just saying, like someone's taking all the opportunities they can. That must be a really like positive sort of sign from a label side of things.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like you two are a very good example of that. I feel like you are everywhere. But that's great, and you show up, and I feel like, yeah, the music is amazing. Everything that's happening right now, your trajectory has been incredible, and you're still doing all the things, you're still having all those conversations, you're playing all the gigs. And yeah, I feel like you're like a brilliant case study of just like showing up.
Yeah, we try to. We've got a car, and we will drive anywhere you ask us to be within reason. But yeah, that's been our method since the start. We will try, if it's in any way possible, to take every opportunity we can get, because you don't know what that'll lead to.
Yeah, I think we also got told by a mentor quite a few years ago now, where we released, it was like our first single with Launchpad, and we pushed it incredibly hard. We were so excited about it, and they kind of said, this is just the start. And we've kind of done that per release, and then you kind of reset your goals per release to aim for something new, aim for something higher, whatever goal you want to set. And I think it's something, it helps take more opportunities if you're viewing it like, this is just the start, try and get more.
Yeah, I think you can't get anywhere without first taking yourself seriously. I think people feel that if you're passionate and you're serious about what you want to do, even if you haven't got all of it together yet, that kind of desire to want it, but also in understanding what it might take, and not kind of being snobby about all of the things that might take along the way, then I think it starts to pay off.
I think as well, it's not always being looking at it in a transactional way. Like, I need something from that person, so I'm going to go and beeline to them and make a thing of it. Like, building, again, going back to Walt Disco and signing that artist, I got introduced to a manager, and we just chatted and got on, and it's led on to something. There was no thing of he didn't think, I'm going to get my artist on that label. It was all quite natural. So I think it's going in with the right intent and not don't ignore somebody because they may not have the foot in the door that you want to go through. Do you know what I mean? Just build your network and find people around you and do it in a genuine way, rather than trying to get something from someone all the time.
Yeah, just a very quick one. Sorry, we are playing a gig with in London next week with Jodie Bryant from Radio 1. We'd first met her at Great Escape a couple of years ago. We just chatted at the conference. It's very similar to this. We just chatted after it. We said hi. We were like, we love what you do. Didn't speak for a little while. Didn't see each other for a while, and then she remembered that. We've talked since, and now we're playing one of her showcases next week. But that all stemmed from, just a very casual conversation introducing ourselves a couple of years ago. So,
Yeah, if I can speak personally as well, probably one of the reasons that I'm here was because Whiskas, who lectures on my course, mentioned about like volunteering at the Yorkshire Music Forum in 2024, and that's where I met Kieran and Claire. And then I volunteered at the Launchpad Conference last year. So I do think it's just like if you sort of show your face, and it can be quite daunting going up to people, but that's why events like this are amazing. There'll be like networking and all that later on. And if you just go and sort of chat to people, you never know who you can meet. You hear so many amazing stories about people bumping into someone that then went on to be their artist manager for their career and all that sort of stuff. So I do think it is so important, and showing that you can maybe add value as well, I think is a really important thing. Have you guys ever sort of like met anyone that through like a random sort of networking thing that has been sort of pivotal for you guys?
Yeah, I think at the Launchpad conference I think it was 3 years ago, the booker for Great Escape came and spoke here. We listened to his whole talk. We resonated with lots of the stuff he said. So we bumped into him in lunch, complimented his talk because we liked it, and said who we were, and he showed us off his phone, and we were on a list. I think it was 8 artists that he had to choose to put on a stage, and he put us on the stage. And I think we kind of realized at that moment, if we hadn't gone and said hi, we were on a list of 8, which is we were really pleased with, but it kind of just gave that tiny nudge to get us the opportunity to be able to play there. So I think that was a very much like go and say hi to people, talk if you can, and it will help get the opportunity.
And I was going to say, then we went to Great Escape, then we went to some gigs, we chatted to lots of people, as you do at these things. We met Nicholls, who was on Radio 1 Alternative, and about a month later, we got our first Radio 1 play from meeting him there. So it's all like a...
So it all stemmed from the Launchpad conference.
Oh yeah, so big up Launchpad.
Kenzo, have you had any sort of interactions in a similar vein?
Yeah, it's kind of music related. Within this, a few years ago, I did like a research and development project for like a play, right? I knew someone who was there, and he's like, "Oh, do you want to do like be a part of like do a role essentially?" And I was like, "All right, I'll do it." And when I was there, there was the producer of it was also there, and the great poet called Kirsty from Bradford as well was there. And later, after that was 4 years ago, maybe a couple of years after that, I got asked to write for the Bradford 2025 opening ceremony, like just a writer's room, let's see what happens. And then off the back of that, there was like, "Oh, do you want to actually perform the words?" I'm like, okay. Then off the back of that, it's like, "Oh, do you want to be in a harness and fly above in front of 10,000 people?" And I'm like, sure. And then the next minute, you know, you were doing back-to-back nights in Bradford City Centre, 10,000 people sold out. And that's because I did some random research and development project for a play like 4 years before, and then I actually got to perform and like musically years later, because they recognized, I don't know, we got on at the time, and I think they recognized maybe a work ethic or something, just a commitment to it. So that one there was the craziest one, because you went from performing in front of like 30 people for a research R&D project to 10,000 2 years later. So yeah.
In a harness.
Yeah, in a harness, flying up and down against circus performance and stuff. It's a moment, yeah.
I think it's so easy to say, "Oh, just network with everyone in the room," which for some people that comes really easily too. But yeah, it's not for everyone. But I would say, if you can, try and make at least like one really good connection, rather than saying hello and it's like a very passing comment to everyone in the room. Could you find one person that you're like, "Oh, I like what you're doing. Let's exchange emails. Let's, do all that stuff." So if you're feeling like you're nervous or you don't want to chat to everyone in the room, try and find at least one person today. Because again, you don't know who they are or where they might end up.
Yeah. And it is daunting. So I think the thing is like the person that you talk to is probably feeling the same way as you, and they actually will really appreciate that sort of interaction.
The other side of that is I've left so many conferences when I haven't said hello to somebody. I built myself up to it all day. I was like, go on. And then maybe I'll make excuses like, "Oh, they're busy, they're talking to all them people. I've got to go and get my train or my bus or whatever." And I don't. And that feeling when I've walked out of there and not done it, it's hard to shift because I'm like, why didn't you just go and do it? Why didn't you just go and say hello? It's sort of like that. I try to remember that feeling to drive me to go and say hello instead, because I hate that thing that weighs on you when you've not done the thing and took the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, the feeling of regret is worse than the feeling of failure, I think. Yeah. So, just there's no downside to doing that at all. So you might as well get it done.
I think also a conference, people are very willing to talk at because that's why they've come here. I'm not saying you should go say hi to radio presenters in coffee shops, but at conferences, like, people know why they're here, they're open to the conversations, they know what they're walking into. It's a very safe place to like start these conversations because that's why people are here. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, on the topic of talking to everyone, in a few minutes, it's lunch on the upper ground, and us guys, I'm sure all these will be very happy to speak to anyone who has any questions or just wants a general chat about whatever. I think that's probably all.
Yeah. I mean, just before we sort of round up from a label thing, and we sort of asked for advice from the artists, what would you maybe advise as like a final sort of sentiment for the people in the room that may not even just maybe music related, but just in the creative industries in general, because I know there'll be a wider range of people in here. Is there anything you could sort of advise for them?
Soak up as much of the day as you can today. There's incredible people in the room, incredible speakers, but incredible, like, in this room is the next generation of industry professionals. Like, so when I move on from EMI North and whatever, in like 10 years or whatever, hopefully it's one of you in this room that takes it on and does it. Like, that, aspire to be those things. So yeah, go out, make the most of today, and yeah, just try to enjoy it, take it in, and not take it too seriously, and like, yeah, I try to have fun with it. I think that's really important as well.
Anything for you, Jazz?
Mine would probably be resilient. You probably will get knocked back at some point. We've all been knocked back from jobs, from funding, from labels, whatever it is. And I know it's really easy to get disheartened by those things. But I feel like when you do come back to writing that funding bid again, you'll use that and channel that to be able to come back 10 times harder.
And what we were talking about earlier, if you can't see those opportunities, try to start them yourselves. The label I started was because there's an amazing artist and I couldn't see the labels that were trying to look around them, and I'm like, there should be. So just do something. And I made so many mistakes and will continue to, and that's fine. I think just go out and do something and try to build something and see where it takes you.
Definitely. Well, thank you very much for chatting with us today, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks, both.
And thank you all for coming. Go and enjoy your lunch.
Thanks, everyone.
1, 2.
Come on. Do you want to give your mics a quick check?
Hello.
Yo. Yeah. Should I take it off?
Oh, that was very well timed. Hello, everybody. Good. I like that energy. My name is Christian, and funnily enough, on Wednesday this week, I celebrated 15 years as a BBC introducing presenter. That was lovely. Thanks so much. That wasn't what I was angling for, but thank you so much. That was massively appreciated. When I first started with BBC Introducing, it was nowhere near the behemoth in the music industry that it is these days. It was in its very fledgling early years, and it just changed to become BBC Introducing. It used to be a sporadic bunch of rogue music presenters on their local stations in the darkest hours of the evening with their new music. Yes, the BBC on a local level needed some convincing that it was a good idea to let us all join together and essentially go even more rogue. And it's great because I'll be on BBC Radio Sheffield and I'm like, here's a kick-ass metal track and it's just roaring at our audience. And I love the fact that we can play such a diverse range of music through BBC Introducing. It's an absolute pleasure to be able to do this job and to be able to listen to all of the submissions that come through. We receive loads, it can be anywhere between 80 to 200 every single week. We listen to every single track that comes through. And then we put it through a selection of filters in order to decide which ones we're going to get played on the show. I did a little bit of maths on this because I'm still a massive nerd, and I did some calculations based on the amount of tracks that we played off the uploader. Your kind of success rate for getting played on BBC Introducing. It is less than 10%. Now that may sound like a relatively bleak figure in the grand scheme of things, but I think that it breeds a bit of persistence with everybody. It might not be that your first track gets played on BBC Introducing, it might be that your 13th track gets played. I have had artists that have sent me 50 pieces of music before I've decided time's right, first play, there we go. Part of the main thing that we do at BBC Introducing isn't just like sitting and being this gatekeeper of which piece of music is the best. We kind of try and identify when is right in your journey more than anything else. I've supported a lot of different artists and I've not always played their music from the first case. And that's true in some of the biggest artists that we've had come through BBC Introducing. In the most recent case, the Ratons, who they've just like headlined Wembley. They put on their own festival in Clifton Park. It was like 12,000 tickets or something. Sold it out. Bunch of lads off the council estate from Rotherham. These lads, when they first started sending in music to me, like it was a bit rough around the edges, and it still needed a little bit more time before. Thank you so much, mate. Cheers. That's my alarm. Pick up the kids. Still needed a little bit more time. So that's exactly what we did. We just gave it a little bit more time. We let it develop. We let their fan base grow, and then we were like, now's the right time. We want to showcase everything that you're about. So that's essentially what a large part of the job is at BBC Introducing. We get music from the uploader. We can get it from anywhere in the country. When you upload your music and you put in some details, you put in your postcode, and it decides which of the local introducing shows your music goes to. So if you are based in Leeds and you put in that LS postcode, it will come to me, it will come to Emily, we will give it a listen, and if we really like it, we give it a play. There are loads of opportunities beyond just local plays as well. As I'm sure you all know, when it comes to BBC Introducing, we have stages at some of the biggest festivals in the world, from everything from Glastonbury to South by Southwest. So the opportunities beyond just getting a play on your local station are quite vast, and there's obviously plenty of scope to progress through the radio world as well, and maybe get your tune on Radio 1. Happens a lot more often than you would think. I would like to introduce you to some people that I've met through BBC Introducing, and we shall start here with Lois. Do you want to tell them about your jacket?
Yes. Is it on? Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
This jacket was gifted to me by the lovely Christian about 10 minutes ago. That's why I've got changed. I was wearing a leather jacket and now I'm wearing this. I'm Lois. I'm an artist, singer-songwriter. Been living in Leeds for the last 5 years, from Morecambe originally. And I love big blazers with shoulder pads. That's kind of become my thing the last few years. And Christian was giving away loads of stuff to charity. And just before he was about to give this away, he was like, Lois will probably like that. And he was right.
Doesn't it suit her?
And it fits all right. It's all right.
I got the assignment. I know what I was doing. Thank you so much for joining us. You have a very busy year coming up this year, and I can't wait to talk to you all about it. But I'm going to jump across one to the wonderful Mr. Junior Simba. How are you, sir?
Hello.
Hello. Tell these lovely people a bit about yourself.
So I'm Junior Simba. I am a Zimbabwean-born artist. I moved to Leeds about 11 years ago now for university and never left. I DJ, make music, throw parties, now create museum exhibitions with my friend Seth over there. So everything Leeds I love, and I try and keep doing. That's it.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us on the panel. Our last guest, the wonderful Mr. Franz Vaughan.
Hi guys. Yeah, just want to say I did not get any gift from Christian, so always a big time. My name is Franz Vaughan. I'm Jamaican born and I've lived in the UK for maybe 20 odd years in Sheffield mainly. I'm an MC, rapper, spoken word artist, and yeah, that's me.
Thank you so much, Franz. So this is all about BBC Introducing today and about their journeys through that particular platform. And I'll start across with you, Franz, seeing as you just finished up. Do you remember the first time you ever had a BBC Introducing play?
Yeah, I can remember. It was a collab track with some artists from Doncaster, actually. Yeah. And it was actually also my first submission to BBC Uploading. So I was lucky. I was over the moon that it got played, and actually I couldn't believe it got played. Yeah. Yeah. So I just kind of assumed that if you upload it, it will get played because the first thing I uploaded got played. But then I realized that actually there is sort of a process.
Yeah, there's a fairly tight selection process that music goes through, and it's primarily down to the fact that we receive so much of it. But it must be nice getting that recognition for those early tracks, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. I can remember sitting in the studio with the guys. We all got together, got some drinks, and we're just proper celebrating. Ended up making maybe 3 or 4 new tracks after that, just from feeling hype from hearing the track on the radio.
Mate, that's good to hear. Fantastic. Junior, what about yourself? Do you remember your first ever BBC Introducing play?
Yeah, I do. A bit of backstory. So before this, I did finish it. So I was studying actuarial mathematics at Uni of Leeds. It was my second year. And I remember this as the day that derailed my maths degree. It was the April 2019. It was a track called Tambo, and it was Hugh Stevens and Shelzen as the producer. I remember getting the email, again, because I was studying statistics. Now I'm I feel like I might go get a lottery ticket today. But it was my first upload, and it got played. And since then, I just decided then to go full force at music.
Wow, so that was the point which you decided, okay, this is where it's at.
So yeah, just before the exams kicked off, second year, third year.
This is nice. See, we don't hear these kind of stories as much. We know a lot about the BBC Introducing journeys of every artist, but when it comes to that moment, that's great to hear. Thank you. Yeah, cheers. Lois?
Yeah, I actually had a project before Lois called Juju when I was 16, 17. And it was my first recorded song that I'd made in college. And I uploaded it, and it got played by BBC Intro in Lancashire by Sean McGinty. And it was called Miss Walker. And I listen back to it now and I'm could have tuned my guitar, but it was quite a wonky, dreamy song anyway. So yeah, that got played, and that was kind of similar. I was people they listen to it, okay. And then I was yeah, maybe I will do the music thing. Yeah.
So you have the experience of being, as I mentioned earlier, when it comes to your postcode, depending on where you are in the country, will kind of depend on who your music go to. You have the experience of starting off in one region with the support of another region, and then having to move across. Were you nervous it might be a bit of a clean slate situation?
Yeah, definitely. And because I started again and I became just Lois, I was a bit worried. But then when I moved to Leeds and I released here, I got played obviously through Introducing here, and yeah, that just pushed me to keep making music and keep performing.
From your experience, was the process of, I'll bring this around all of you as well, was the process of sending your music into BBC Introducing, uploading it, was that easy, straightforward, complicated?
Yeah, very easy, very easy. Just
Yeah.
little bio, little pic, your song, hey presto.
It's up there, yeah. It's obviously, again, I don't have that experience of being an artist, having created it from the other side to know really like kind of what that process is like. Did you find it straightforward yourself?
Yeah, it was simple. I just remember saying I live on Brewton Road, because you have to put what's your affiliation to the city to get links to us. And I just remember just saying I go to uni here, ... and then uploading the song straightforward.
Nice
so
one.
it was quick.
France?
Yeah, definitely easy process. But I think sometimes choosing the song that you want to upload, because I know a lot of us as artists, you like have doubts. Sometimes you just weird creeping doubts coming in. Then just before you press upload, you're like, actually, is this a song I want to put out to the world? Do you know what I mean? So it's sort of getting over that part as well, getting over the doubts and just saying, I believe in this track, I believe this is good, I believe people would hear it, and just go for it and upload it.
Yeah, I think that's sound advice, to be honest. As I mentioned a second ago, there are artists who will send in quite a lot of tracks before it just hits that right note that we think it is the right time for the journey. So that persistence, I think, is a great piece of advice for everybody. At the time when you were sending in music, France, did you realise kind of like the significance of the uploader and how it is used for all of the things throughout the BBC?
I didn't realise everything at first, but it was very significant to me personally. So just to have it played on that, if that was it at the time, that was good enough for me. So that was sort of the attitude. And then I realised that it gets sent on to other places and other things can come from it. And one of the things as well, so like I said, the first thing I ever uploaded was played. And I feel like I've made tracks that are a lot better than that I've uploaded that haven't been played.
Right.
So it's like it can also be a thing where you believe so much in a song and you upload it and it doesn't get played. Just don't feel discouraged by that. It's just part of the process. Just carry on uploading your songs, and so that's another advice I'd like to give. If you don't get played on your first or few times, just believe in yourself and upload the songs anyway.
Junior, what about yourself? Was the fact that there are other things that uploading your music can lead to, was that one of the factors, or was it just a case of, I'm going to put my music on here and see if the local team pick it up?
I don't remember thinking about it. I remember, I think the pathway was Radio 1's Jaguar, and I'd just seen her. She, at the time, did the thing called Dance Flow Moments before introducing, and she just shouted out, if you do make music, just upload it. And I just, on the off chance, thought, oh, it's never going to happen, and I just put it up there. I don't remember the exact process or feelings towards anything. I just remember the email and forgetting. I think I uploaded, forgot about it, and then weeks later, then got the email saying you've been played, and I was like, when did I even do that? Kind of thing. And I realised I had created a profile. It's one of those things. I think mindless, happy accident, I guess.
Yeah. Jag's a great proponent of BBC Introducing. She started her journey in like the apprenticeship team for BBC Introducing, and has gone on to do great things. So it's good that there's like that upward progression for your music. When I started, there was very few opportunities for your music to go from local BBC Introducing show to Radio 1 or 6 Music or anything. It wasn't quite taken as seriously at the time, but now there's so many. There's instances where, like, if you're making rock music, for example, sometimes the Radio 1 team will listen to it before I get to it. Like, that's how much the uploader has changed and how much more integrated it has become with the rest of the BBC. There are, high-level producers from 6 Music and Radio 1 actively listening to every single dance track on the uploader. Like, at one point, it was a woman called Sarah Dre, who's a producer, and she was doing Jag Show and The Rock Show and listening to every rock track and every dance track that was coming in on the uploader. So, there are important people that are listening to your tracks and taking notes. What about yourself, Lois? How did you first come to understand what BBC Introducing was and go, I'm going to send my music in?
I mean, I thought the idea of having my music playing on radio was just like amazing and like something that I've always wanted. I've grown up listening to like Radio 1 when I was a kid, and Nick Grimshaw and Annie Mac, and always looked up to them and their taste, and the thought of just being on a local radio station really excited me, and that's what I wanted. So yeah, started up with the uploader, didn't really expect anything to happen. And I didn't actually realise all of the opportunities that could come from BBC Introducing until they happened. Like you say with the rock show and Radio 1, I got a play on 6 Music through Introducing, which I was like, is that a thing? Like, is that possible? So yeah, I was kind of similar to you, happy enough. If it gets played, that's amazing. I'm so happy with that. But then from Introducing, I've been really lucky to get some really amazing opportunities, like being played on 6 or playing at Kendall Calling last year. So yeah, I mean, I wasn't aware how much being played on Introducing can help you in other areas of your career. And yeah, it's amazing.
It's nice you mentioned, interesting you mentioned Kendall Calling, because like there are main BBC Introducing stages that you'll have at, say, like Reading and Leeds and Glastonbury that are selected from all of the local introducing shows together. But there's also quite a lot of local partnerships that we work on as well, that we usually we come back to annually. There's like Get Together Festival in Sheffield, what you mentioned, Kendall Calling. So there's other festivals that, depending on where you are in the country, we have these like localized partnerships with some of the small festivals, things like Tramlines and Live at Leeds and stuff. Normally we'll get a stage at these and be able to put on a lot more. We get to put forward 2 acts for every festival. So if it's Reading and Leeds, right, we literally have to pick 2 acts from everything that we've received on the uploader that we think these lot are absolutely ready for it. That then goes to a panel of people who select, I think, like 30 names out of all of these introducing acts to get put forward. So the competition to get on those stages is quite tight, but it gives us a lot more freedom when we have these local partnerships that we're working with these, I just say emerging festivals. Some of them have been around on the scene for a while and are like really integral parts of the community. So it's great to be able to offer you might not be at the point where like they're ready to play Glastonbury, but it's like they can definitely come play Get Together. It's a great crowd, you know. So that's one of the bonuses of the individual stations that we have. Where are we? Beyond a play on your local introducing show, I'll start with you, Lewis, and we'll work back around again. What beyond a play on your local introducing show, because that's like the first port of call. What other things have arisen? What other things have happened for you through BBC Introducing?
I mean, I've played a couple of showcase gigs, BBC Introducing showcase through BBC Introducing in Lancashire with Will Wolstenholme, and that was last January. I got to play a showcase with West Side Cowboy and Morton Betts, and yeah, just getting to meet other bands as well, and then like supporting each other. Like West Side Cowboy are now, they've just supported Geese, and they're like off doing their thing on tour. I think they're headlining Manchester Albert Hall. But like it's amazing to meet other artists through Introducing as well, and like see people on their journey, and getting to play that show and getting to play Kendall Calling and getting my play on 6. I had like a little vision board of like things I'd love to achieve, or like something I'd love to do, and 6 was on there. And when I got that through Introducing, I was like, oh, nice.
Lovely.
But yeah, it's been very integral to my career, and like the support from Introducing just is always like a great little boost to like show that you're on the right track.
Yeah.
And like having someone understand your music always feels great. It can be quite a murky industry, and you can feel quite lost a lot of the time, but having that understanding from people that, you know, have been in the music industry for a long time is like really great. So
it's nice to be able to, sometimes obviously when you're just kind of like putting your music out there into the world, it's like firing it off into the ether and just hoping something happens. It's nice to be able to have the opportunity to pick out those tracks and actually give you a reason why as well. Like it's not just ended up on a playlist and you've thought, well, why this tune in particular? It's not, we always feel like when we're sitting putting the show together, it's our way of kind of giving something back to almost like mini review each track and say, this is why we have, this is why we've chosen this one to play. Junior, what about yourself? Like beyond the local plays, which had been many plays for your tracks now, what are the key moments that have been slightly maybe higher up that food chain that have really stuck with you?
I'll rewind it back because last question I think I skipped over quickly. In the electronic space where Leeds, I think for a while felt like not electronic back in 2016, 15, 17, the path for electronic music producers was you send your demo tracks to a DJ's label manager, and you get the not for me email back quite a lot. So then what I thought was, how are these bands who don't have to do this do it that way? So then introducing was the path to that. So a lot of those labels that were no's before, so what happened was I then released another track, I think called Lost Heart, got to play off yours. Either Emily Pilgrim or Shelves then pinged over to Danny Howard and Jaguar, and off that radio play, on the back of that, I distinctly remember the week in which all those emails turned from no's to yeses. People who were like, oh, what happened was I'd entered this this conference tournament about, not tournament, but like competition about submit your song and then an A&R will listen to it. Got to top 3 and they said, sadly, no. Got a Danny Howard play on a Friday because of introducing, because I think it was a Tuesday or Sunday that Hugh did his show. On the Sunday, Danny plays, it says, introducing Leeds, recommend this show. I kid you not, the label came back to me that Monday and said, sorry we didn't let you in, can we get back, we'd like to release a song with you. They go on to release it, agents start emailing, and then after that, it's just been like a snowball effect of then those doors, like the Radio 1 shows, big weekend off of introducing, recommending me again, gone on to like Glastonbury, like international, got my first management deal out of that, labels, agents, everything. So it's all through that. Until now, I think even labels will message and say, oh, I heard this track on radio introducing, or you see it on one of the first, because when you release a song, you do the whole, what DSP support have you got, etc. And everyone's always like, oh, we know you get a lot of like introducing support. And I'm like, yeah, dude, thank you. So I'm always like thankful to be introduced for that. So it's always like impactful, because a lot of people, I think in the talk before, people were saying, you don't know who's listening to these things to a show when you're playing live, but equally you don't know who's listening to someone's radio show, because there's some people with like, when you look at Spotify, you can see the name of every playlist your song's been put on. And I've discovered people who've got like played by ... on radio, and some of them are introducing plays. I'm like, oh, people who are fans of this show are playlisting my songs off of the back of that. And it's like an endless like cycle of like continuous help and support. But yeah, a lot of things have come on the back of BBC introducing that I'm grateful for.
It's really good to hear. There are a lot of stories like this that even we don't even get to. There's so many artists that we have to deal with that it's like there's only so much time in the week that you can devote to every single one of them. So no, it's great to hear that made such an impact on the early days, man. Great to hear. What about yourself, Franz? Because you've had.
That's exactly the same as these guys. You just don't know where and who's listening. Like say, so from your show, it's gone on to be played on 1Extra, BBC 6, Radio 2. So it's just that's really incredible. And some of the gigs that I've been booked for, I just assume that because since I've been getting some BBC plays, then it's more open to getting bookings. So and then also with people contacting me to do collaborations and stuff, it just opens a lot of doors. You can't see where they're opening, but a lot more opportunities get open. I've had the chance to play at Reading Leeds as well. On the introducing stage, which was absolutely
honestly, to this day, Franz with KOG and the Zone Brigade on the BBC introducing stage at Leeds Fest 2016, I want to say. Man, that feels like far too long ago. Leeds Fest 2016. It was absolutely magnificent. With the BBC introducing stage, it's one of those weird ones where you can be playing on that stage and you can walk out to 4 people standing out front of that stage, and you have got to go. And in the instance where you guys came out, there was a half decent crowd there, but 3 songs in, it was like they were stopping traffic in the whole festival.
It was also a rainy, muddy festival, so there weren't a lot of people in the mud, and then all of a sudden it was just there, and then you came on stage, backstage staff came on stage with us, and it was just like a huge party. It was absolutely brilliant.
It was absolutely magnificent. Honestly, to this day, one of my favorite ever festival for performances. It was just magnificent.
And I can honestly say that started from submitting to BBC Introducing.
It's interesting what you were saying about like record labels, like you never know who's listening. I don't know if this is still the case, but we got told that there was somebody at Decca Records that their job was literally just to listen to BBC Introducing. That was it. Their A&R job, they sat down and listened to all of the Introducing shows once a week and then reported back with the top tracks. So again, it comes down to this like system of filters, if you will, of going through the music industry and finding its right place ultimately. When it comes to using it, it's obviously it started off and remains to this day completely free for anybody to use. Did that play a factor in your decision to upload in the early days? There is not a lot of money in the base level of the music industry, and by not a lot, I mean none. Yeah. About yourself, Franz?
Yeah, that's. I was gonna. If I had to pay, I probably would not have done it, because a lot of things when I first started out, a lot of things that you have to pay, I always just viewed it as a scam, and I'm like, well, I'm not making any money. Why am I going to pay someone else when I'm not making anything and I don't know where it's going? So the fact that it's free, that definitely removes a barrier.
That make a difference to you too as well when it came to uploading?
Yeah, I mean, it's free, but then on the back of it, you get the PRS, and it's significantly larger than what you get from like streaming, so it's way better.
Yeah.
They pay you to upload, basically, in a way.
When did you mentioned PRS, when did you become aware of that as a money source? Because I remember a few artists that I've spoken to have said they weren't aware of PRS and how to do that until they'd had a radio play and were like, oh, you can actually make money off of this. Yeah.
I think I didn't learn about it until 2 years ago, sadly. I think it's until someone else told me that you're losing money by not being on PRS. Again, I just thought, why would I pay to be on something, and then realised, oh, there's a big pot of money just waiting for you.
Yeah.
With every radio player, yeah.
What about yourself, Lewis? Knowing what you know now about what BBC Introducing does, would you have paid for it, or were you just not able to fork out for that stuff at the time?
Paid for Introducing?
Yeah.
I mean, I probably would have thought the same. I'm like, wait, why am I paying for this? Because there's a lot of stuff where it's like you pay to submit, or you pay to apply for a festival, and some applications, and it's just like, well, no, I'm not gonna risk it. So yeah, I think the fact that it was free as well, and there's like a history of amazing outcomes from it, I think I was just like, yeah. But on the PRS thing, I found out about it in college, and I'm not an academic brain. Do you know what I mean? I'm in the music industry for a reason. But like, but I found out about PRS and thought, oh, it's just too confusing, and kind of let it lie for a bit. And then when I was at uni, we learned more about it, and just speaking to different people at things like this, I'm like, oh, okay, this is actually pretty important. And like, it's just money waiting there for you. And like, once you get into the habit of like submitting your plays and your performances and things like that, it stacks up. And like, I'm at the early stages of my career, and like, I'll still make a few £100 here and then. It's like, it's great. It can go back into the music and help support you. And it's like really, really important. And I really urge everybody to sign up for PRS.
Did you get help with the Momentum Fund? I can't remember what that was.
I just got some funding from PRS.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So tell us a bit about that process. Like,
yeah, I mean, funding in itself is like a whole ball game. Like, anyone that's applied for funding will know how long and tedious it can feel. And there's always different methods. Like, some people say you've got to do bullet points. Some people say you've got to, write out your life story and why music means the most to you. And to be honest, I don't have any answers for you, because I've got funding through doing both. But yeah, I mean, I'm an independent artist. I work in a cafe part-time to support my rent and to support my career, and funding allows me to create and release music that I want to release. And yeah, PRS, we just got the Momentum Fund, which is insane and allows me to release my next project. And yeah, great, got some money.
When it came to doing funding applications, and this can go to any of you that have, did the BBC Introducing support come up in those applications?
Oh yeah, definitely. Because they ask for like, where have you been supported, and like your like kind of accolades or things, and BBC Introducing is always in there, always stated.
Cool, good to hear. Junior, I've got a question specifically for you, because you fell in love with the Leeds music scene while you were here at uni, but you were also working the doors, flyering, selling tickets, working for like some Mint Club, festival, warehouse. Looking back on those days, out flyering on rainy street corners on Wednesdays or whatever. Did you learn skills there in those early days that you have managed to keep and transpose into working in the music industry now?
Yeah, I think it's part of the main things that made me become like a promoter and not worry about promoting parties as much.
Yeah.
Because when you're working on the doors, you get to the venue and the promoter's like, oh, we've not sold many tickets tonight, so like as many people that come through can buy tickets and stuff, and then you can feel the sort of tension when a promoter's like giving you more ticket books and they're pushing you to sell more. But equally, it's a two-way relationship, because it helps me like get like, I was doing it for free entry into clubs.
Right.
I was not doing it for anything. I just wanted to be able to rock up with my friends and get into the parties we want to get into, because it's a cool thing to have. It's like a second-year uni student. You don't have that much money to get into these places and be known at the door. It's great cred. Incredible. But outside of that, then the relationships that came through that, because I think some of my friends now, the promoters I work with, because you have that relationship, it came through all of that. So yeah, I think it's important. There's a word that's escaping my mind. Not research, but groundwork to build yourself up to knowing the ins and outs of the industry without pressure. But yeah, some of those things you just fall into because they know you're DJing. If a DJ doesn't show up, this happened another time, he doesn't show up, you're there with your USB. This is a meme now in an ick, but about DJs always having a USB on them. I always have it on me, and sometimes the opportunities just end up happening. I remember that's how I started doing Mint Mondays every Monday at Mint Warehouse, because something happened, and then I just fell into a DJ competition, and then another time my DJ wasn't there, and then like, Junior, you're here you go, and you just end up to take the opportunity and run with it.
Jumping into those opportunities.
Yeah.
You have to do it. At a moment's notice. I'm not even that good of a DJ either.
No, that's a code.
No.
Always. You never leave home without it. You never know when they've got decks.
The fact that you were saying you were just doing it for free entry into the club. By a show of hands, how many of you out there have done work for free to like benefit yourself within the music industry? Yeah. It was a pretty foregone, it was a rhetorical question to an extent. Yeah, like a pretty foregone conclusion. You guys are at the point where there are opportunities to be made, financial opportunities to be made out of your money. It's not always that case in the early days. How do you feel about those things that like, I know I should be getting paid for this, but I'm doing it because it's going to gain me some experience?
All the time. Yeah. I think because we started off like that, and it's something that we're doing that we love. A lot of the times I'm getting paid for something, and I think I'd actually do this for free. I'd have done this for free because I'm enjoying it so much. It's so much fun. But then you've got to also remember your worth, and remember that wherever you're doing the thing, someone else is making a bit of money off it. So accept it, accept the fee, and yeah.
Yeah, there's a bit of injustice in the early days sometimes that you've just got to clench your teeth to get through, but yeah.
But we do end up doing stuff for free.
The 50 quid fee has never changed. I feel like there's so many bands, people in here that are like artists, like, oh my God. I mean, I'm still getting them. Like now it's just like 50 quid for a full band set, half an hour. And it's like, my mate's a DJ and he'll do like, and no disrespect to the DJs. I love the DJs. I love a little boogie. But like, we'll do equally like an hour and get like 150 or something mental like that. And it's like, we've got a full band with like a drum kit and we're lugging that in Ubers and with like 50 quid fee. But again, it's like, because you love it, and I love it so much that I would do it for free. So I think the early days, just take the 50 quid, do the gig, get your experience, and yeah. But it does need to go up. Come on.
Yeah.
2026. Been the same since the 80s. Like, let's
funnily enough,
move it up.
I'm talking about like the early skills that you learn when you start working in the music industry. You have to become pretty financially astute to be able to figure out how you're going to get 6 people to the other side of the M62 on 50 quid, you know? And that's a skill you definitely have to pick up along the way, I suppose, isn't it?
And a lot of us are just concentrating on doing our music and enjoying it and doing it well, and we're not negotiators, so sometimes you've got to negotiate fees, and I find that really uncomfortable. Yeah. And if you haven't got a manager or someone to do that for you, you end up just even starting the event just feeling a bit uncomfortable because you've had to try and bargain for a fee that you think you're worth. So that's another thing that we have to go through, and just remember your worth and think of the long goal. So maybe I'll do these for free, but by this point in my career, I want to make sure I'm getting that £50, I'm getting however much offering, but you'll want to make sure that you're progressing with that, and it's because it actually feels like you're being taken advantage of at some point. Do you know what I mean? You've done it so many times, and then you're still doing stuff for free. So yeah, it's just remembering your own worth and progressing with that.
Tell you what, friends, I'm going to stick with you for the minute because you have performed extensively across UK and Europe and the world at large. I want to talk to you about the North specifically and why you settled in this part of the world for so long. Yeah, in the North.
This is where I came to, and I came from Jamaica with my mum and my brothers. My stepdad's a Sheffield born and bred guy, so yeah, I love Sheffield, and it's easy in the North. My brothers lived in London for a bit, and I'd always go and visit and stay for a while, but always felt comfortable coming back to Sheffield or coming back up north.
How is the northern hospitality? Like, I've been seeing the music industry in different places around the UK, around Europe. How does the northern music industry stand up?
Everyone's a little bit friendlier. That's definitely. The audience is the best, obviously, so I don't even have to say that. But people are generally friendlier, but there's probably less on offer, like gig-wise, catering-wise, hospitality-wise. It's just a little bit less on offer than down south.
Do you think it's changing in the right direction?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah? On the weekend we played a jazz festival in Sheffield, which is the first jazz festival. Kellam Jazz Festival. Yeah,
sweet.
So jazz isn't usually associated with Sheffield, with that northern city, and now they've got a festival, and it was incredible. And I feel like that's the sort of thing spreading across the north. More venues. I know at the same time a lot of venues are shutting down and everything, but people are getting more culturally aware and putting on more cultural events. So you find places that just had indie bands now opening to other genres.
It's wild that there isn't as much of a jazz scene in Sheffield, I think, especially when you consider Leeds and how big of a jazz scene there is in Leeds. I was always like, when the two shows, the Leeds and the Sheffield show merged together, it was really interesting because like the only thing that Leeds and Sheffield have in common is that they're next to each other. Their music scenes are so different, aren't they?
I think Sheffield's been labelled with the indie bands because of like Arctic Monkeys, who are amazing, Pulp, all amazing indie bands. And I think that label's just stuck, and it's hard for anything else to creep in.
It has a bit.
But it's there.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I remember I was only like a year in the job when somebody, A&R from Universal, came up, and they were like, right, they'd come to talk to me about new acts that I was supporting, and I gave them this massive list of incredible musicians that we were supporting across the city from all different genres, and they was just like, yeah, cool. What have you got that sounds like the Arctic Monkeys? Four lads from up that hill, they are the Arctic Monkeys, they sound like them. There's so much more on offer here, there's so many more different types of music. But yeah, it's a weird beast, this Sheffield. The scene across there sometimes is a little bit insular. You can be like massive in Sheffield, but breaking out of that, it's not quite as, it's quite a hard thing to do. It's a weird one, isn't it?
It's not that easy. But I think just being consistent and looking outward. I always try to get shows outside of Sheffield. Also feel like when you've done a lot outside of your city or your hometown, going back, it opens more opportunities for you. It's just a psychological thing. I think when everyone's familiar with you, I don't know, they don't give you as many opportunities or think that highly of you because you're one of the guys, you're there. But then when people notice people outside the city are taking it serious or booking you, then it's easier to get bookings in your hometown.
Yeah, that's the point when you need to start looking at, right, who's managing us, who's making the negotiations, as you mentioned earlier, so that we can just focus on how do we get there and how good the gig is. Lois, I want to talk to you because you are, as you self-proclaim, entering a bit of a new chapter in your journey. And I like the fact that you say you're kind of embracing the chaos, power, and euphoria of self-discovery as an independent artist. I love the confidence. What percentage split of terror and exhilaration is there for an independent artist?
When you said percentage split, I was like, what do you know? Of terror and...
How much of it is terror because you are an independent artist, and the exhilaration of the freedom that comes along with that?
There used to be a lot of terror. I feel like the terror is less now because I'm just taking each day as it comes and just like really, I don't know. I think I put a lot of pressure on myself in the earlier years to be at a certain point in my career and to be on certain stages and to reach certain numbers. But I just think it's not worth it. I think that stress is unnecessary, and I think if you're making music that you love and it's connecting with people, that is winning. That is all you need. And I think this new music and this new area that I've kind of shifted into is just about being free and celebrating fun. And I think the world is a very scary and sad place at the minute, but there is pockets of joy to be found, and I want to create some of those. And I think I don't know, this new music just feels exciting and it feels fun to make people happy with the new stuff. And I went on a little mini tour that I planned in March, and I got to play some of the new music, and being able to share that with people and see their reaction was really amazing. And yeah, less terror. I think I'm leaving terror in 2025. There's enough terror. There doesn't need to be any terror in my life.
No, that's like when you took a lot of your focus off all of the minutiae of being an independent artist and all of like the kind of admin side of it, and just placed your focus on I'm just going to focus on the music. Was that the point where it started to like, weirdly enough, all of the other stuff tried to take care of itself?
Well, yeah, it is weird. It's when you stop focusing on that things actually start kind of moving a bit quicker.
Yeah.
Like I felt like I was so focused on wanting to get to certain points in my career that maybe I'd put the music on like the second shelf, you know what I mean? Whereas when you just kind of let go of all of that and you just focus on the music and you focus on what it is that you love, everything naturally just seems to fall into place. It is very weird, but like maybe that's the point. I don't know.
Good, great to hear it. And you've got a very busy year coming up as the result of a lot of these things falling into place, don't you? Like, what's some of the highlights that you're looking forward to this summer?
I'm going to be supporting Sophie Ellis-Bextor in August. That's my first big one, so you should all come and it'll be great, and we'll two-step and it'll be fun. I'm releasing my third project.
Lovely.
And yeah, lots of fun stuff coming up.
Good. We look forward to following your journey along, Junior. As well as being an incredibly talented music maker, you also run Sometimes We Party. So you've got your own event brand that you run with your mates. You started up in the likes of Wharf and Hedgerow House, and now you're expanding out to London, Manchester, across Europe. How do you manage time between your creative output and your professional output?
I do not. Full transparency, I work a 9-to-5 job, sometimes 8 till 6, and then outside that, managing relationships and making music. Outside that, and then promoting parties is a mental gymnastic situation. Yeah, so I guess it's a case of my weekends are dedicated to making music, and it's just being efficient. So knowing what you're doing and knowing that the time is important has really helped me. So pre-planning a lot and accepting help when people want to help you. So I've got a friend called Jack. He was like, if you need to film something, let me know. And instead of me coming up with ideas, 'cause normally we're quite like, my ideas are my babies, no one touched them. It's okay for someone else to take that on for you because you don't have the space to do that. So managing the time, I don't know, it's realizing, I think it's something that music is something that drives me, and I like people, and that's my positive for the week. So the music stuff I do in the week is my net positives, so that just makes me, it's my happy place. So that I try to get more of that, and I think how I manage it is the question I'm still trying to answer, and I'm realizing I'm not answering it. I
Sounds
don't
like
know.
Through a bit of strict self-discipline, just making sure that it's like you have that differentiation between the times, as you said. You've got that through the weekend, and you've got that time to make music. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's differentiation and being just strict with myself, but also being selective with the people you work with
Right,
as well.
I see. That can be very hard, I
That
think,
is
in the very early days.
difficult,
Because you're always told, say yes to every opportunity and chuck yourself in, and you're like, should I have done this?
No, there's times when I finished work, I'm in a studio from like 6 till 10 p.m, whatever, and I'm just there, I'm like, I'm wasting my time here.
Right.
And that's not a good feeling to have. And then deep down, you shouldn't have taken that session, but now there's sessions, there's Seth over there, sessions I do with my friends where you just sit in and you're like, I wish I had more time to do this. And the time is just well spent. So I think the main thing is to just always know, in your gut when something's going to be a good session. And I think just lean a lot more into that. And then try not to listen to, I think you'll get a lot of messages around, this will be a good look for you to work on this. Deep down, you might not have the right personalities to work with those people, but I think just lean into the things that make you feel good first, and then the sessions are way easier and better. And I think that's the main thing to do.
I think you've got to be a bit brave as well sometimes if you find yourself in a position where you're like, this ain't what I want to do.
Yeah, and also brave is a duality of being brave and also managing your own ego.
Yeah.
Because in sessions, especially where you've got no time, especially, I don't know if there's a lot of producers and stuff in here, but if there's 2 drivers in the room, it's sometimes first time meeting, it's a competition to see who's better or not. It's not really, but in your brain, you're like, I need to show that I'm a really good producer. But I think learning to just take the back seat and be okay with whatever small influence you have on a song is okay, as long as you're okay with that. And so it's brave enough to show up, but also brave enough to let your ego take a back seat and just let the song write itself.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been all too guilty of, from my side working in the music industry, of being in positions before where I'm like, this isn't what I want to do, but you're there because you're there for whatever reason, for the money or whatever. Like you kind of have to grit your teeth sometimes to get through those bits. But yeah. Franz, you have, part of your career is you've collaborated quite extensively. There's been so many projects where you've worked with such a wide variety of artists. Again, that can be quite hard in those first steps into the music industry. If you're like an 18, 19-year-old who's just taken their first tentative steps, the whole process of just even reaching out to somebody for collaboration, that can be quite intimidating, can't it?
Yeah, quite.
How do you manage it?
Well, this is how I manage it. What you said earlier before about saying yes to everything. I went to a stage of like, I'm going to say yes to everything and see how that turns out. And I think that was helping with some of the doubts, some of the self-doubt I had. So I'm like, if whatever I'm doubting, if I just say yes to everything, then I'm skipping past the doubt. So I did end up in places where I'm like, this isn't for me. This isn't something I want to do right here. I love this. This is a great opportunity. So it's sort of like weeding out by just saying yes to everything at first. And it's helped me now to be able to know what to say yes to and what to say no to in a better way. The experience I had where I didn't want to be there, I just looked at it all as a learning experience. So I'm like, well, now I know that I don't enjoy that process as much, so next time it'll be a no to that. But now, something I've never tried before that I've said yes to, now I know I love that process and we can go through it that way. So that sort of helped. And one of the things was reaching out to people and collaborating. And some of the times when people reach out to you, you're like, oh, this person's so good, or it might be someone you've looked up to, or you listen to the music and like, this is incredible. I'm not. Then the doubt's kicking again. I'm not that good enough to feature with this person, or am I going to match the levels that they're on? But then having the attitude of, no, I am good enough and I'm going to say yes to everything. That's what helped me with that. So and it's just fun anyway, collaborating with people. So many new ideas spark, and you never get bored. I feel like I'll never get bored of writing lyrics or sitting in a studio mixing, because always new things coming in. And it's always like a fresh start again. And that's literally from collaborating with people.
Yeah.
Just energies coming in to the same space.
Which has been, I know it's like asking you to pick your favourite kid, which has been some of the, when it comes to those collaborations for you, which was the like most joyous moments, the ones that really worked out for you?
It's also the process. So I collaborate with some people in France, Labo Clandestine in Marseille. That's one that stands out because I get to go to Marseille and it's just a beautiful city. It doesn't cost a lot to get there, and just work with an amazing producer. And we're just communicating mostly through the music rather than the language, because his English is okay and my French is shit. So yeah, and it's just the experiences, and you never know where it's going to go. You sort of kind of know your sound and your style, what you do. And when someone else steps in, you never know where it's going to go. So that it's always a beautiful thing. So I couldn't pick out one.
Very diplomatic. Nice.
You know, because I've worked with a front TC and the Groove family band now, but before I did, I loved collaborating with them because it was just so much fun. I think it was just fate that we had to stick together.
Brilliant. Junior, what about yourself when it comes to like collaboration? What are some of the moments you've had in your career? Has there been any, I wish I'd sent that email, or I'm really glad I did send that one? What about you?
There's a few where I didn't pursue it. I didn't follow it up and nothing happened. And I was like, there you go. Do you know what I mean? Always at least try.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's a few disappointing moments where I've could have had a shot at doing something, and maybe it's from doubts or just being busy and I didn't follow it up.
Yeah.
But most of the things that I follow up, whether the song gets released in the end, just the process of making the song, it's like it's growth and it's learning, so it's always worth it.
What about you two as well, when it comes to that? Did you have any moments that you've regretted not reaching out or sending that email, or happy that you did?
There's been regrets where I think, if you were in the talk in my North earlier, it was about that feeling of you've left a place and you wish you'd done something.
Right.
And then there's times when I met someone online and I thought, oh, do they really mean that? And then I wait 2 weeks to email them, and then they go, oh, sorry, I would have done this, but I just literally closed off all the bookings last week. Why didn't you email earlier? Yeah. Equally, we're talking about sometimes a party. Same situation happened, and then this year, like, no more regrets this year. I'm like, let's just do it. I was in Amsterdam at a party. I was talking to Seth about this, and that's how the birth of Sometimes a Party Amsterdam happened, because it was just like, I was in the smoking area chatting to someone, and he was like, I own a restaurant, I like your energy. I was like, cool, yeah, what do you do? I was like, I'll throw parties. He was like, do you want to throw a party with me? I was like, yeah, sound. Didn't think anything of it. And then I DM'd him when I got back, and he was like, yeah, sound, let's do it. And I was like, great. So now I'm just like, let's go.
There's a lot to be said for like striking while the iron's hot.
Yeah.
It's far too many horror stories of people like, oh, I just waited a couple of weeks because I didn't want to pester them. And it's like, the opportunity is gone. Send them the DM while you're standing in front of them, for God's sake. You know,
exactly.
Yeah, there's my number right now. Right?
That works. Like,
yeah,
once you're there, it's like, yeah, I'm going to do it now, cool. Don't wait till you forget or like anything. Just do it then there, because it's the best thing. But equally, yeah, there's sometimes maybe you need to equally step back, get someone else, especially if it's important, step back, get someone else to read it, and before you press send. Otherwise, you might send a demo link with a broken link, and then they come back or they click on it and there was nothing there, and you've wasted your first chance because it's probably had 1 day to look at it. But yeah.
Yeah. Lewis, what about yourself when it comes to like, you know, collaborating? How, like, for example, how did you bring your band together around you? Like,
we met at uni, actually, me and the band. And yeah, we were all, none of them knew each other. I just knew them from like different classes, and they won't mind me saying this, but like we all weren't the best players by a long way, but we all just really got along. Yeah. And I thought, I can see myself being with these people for like a long time, and it's paid off because they're literally my best friends, and we've been playing together for like almost 5 years now. So yeah, they're great. But in terms of collaboration, I was going to say, I think a lot of the time people can think that not having money or not having budget limits you, but actually from that, it just makes you find new ways to create stuff, like especially with my visual side of stuff. had very limited to no budget, but wanted to create visualizers and artwork that would go alongside my music. So I just reached out to my friends. I knew somebody in Leeds that knew somebody that was in styling. So I went round to their house and we mixed my clothes and their clothes, and they just styled me out of like their wardrobe. And this next project is all about, you're getting the tea now, guys, but it's all about northern nightlife culture and being from small town, and me looking up to the women in my small town that are like my aunties and my mum's friends, and like watching them in like the village clubs, and like just being so entranced by how they just didn't care what anyone's thinking, full glass of wine on the dance floor, and I'm like, yeah, that's a bit of me, that. But that whole world that I've like been building, there's an amazing photographer called Sarah who I found through Ella, who takes Ella's pics, and then we became friends, and I was like, I've got this concept, and she came on and helped me build this whole thing. And I think through that, and just through this community in Leeds, I think because it's so small, we're so lucky to have people that do bits of everything all over. And I think not having that big budget has actually benefited me so much and my artistry, because it's meant that you're forming real relationships with people that are also starting out, and we're all just doing this thing together. And it just makes the wins feel so much greater, because we're all just trying things out. We're all just wanting to succeed and make something. So I think being in Leeds and collaborating with the people here has been one of the biggest joys for me as an artist. And yeah, I love collaboration. I think your team is the people around you.
What an absolutely perfect note to end on. Does anybody have any questions before we... Oh, God, there is some as well. Let me come over to you. We've got a couple of minutes. Oh.
Hello, hi, I'm Hadassah. I'm a singer-songwriter as well as a budding DJ, producer, content producer, not music producer, but I'm also trying to get into music production. I guess my question to you guys is kind of two-pronged. I guess the first one would be, how do you keep that momentum going when you're not, people aren't responding to the emails, people aren't booking you for gigs? How do you keep going with just the idea that, you know, eventually you're going to get there? What really kind of kept you going? Was it the support of others? Was it, you know, your own, I don't know if any of you lean on your faith, I don't know all of what you believe in. And then I guess my, I had a second question, but I might answer the first one, might be great actually, yeah.
Shotgun. I think the main thing is always to think about when you're getting the no's is, I think, it's not about not taking it personally, but also just do it yourself. I think I got it a lot with my party was I wasn't getting booked, and the only thing I was like, I want to play parties, so I'm going to throw my own parties. And as a result, you get some other person going, oh, I've seen you throw your own parties. Do you want to come play my party? I was like, you didn't reply to my DM 6 weeks ago. What do you mean? So that works. And then with music and stuff like that, again, I think now we've got a place where labels and stuff, Spotify is now okay, not okay, but it's a great place when you're not Spotify, sorry, DSPs in general, everything. You can now release by yourself, and the algorithm picks up consistency rather than who you're releasing with. So just keep releasing. It doesn't matter now whether you got a label or not, because I self-release, and it's just having that monthly release schedule did more for me than big labels could.
Oh, thank you. And just very quick, how do you guys prioritize? Like you said, you all have to wear very different hats. You know, it's not, like you've said, it's not back in the day where somebody says, we want to change your life, picks you up and does everything for you. You're your admin assistant, you are your stylist. How do you prioritize, you know, what is a priority and what isn't really a priority throughout your careers?
I'd say always put the music or your art, whatever you're doing, that's always a priority. And then manage everything else around that. So I had a point and it slipped my mind now. but it's basically having the music, because without that, nothing else is happening. That's the thing, that's the money, that's a passion, that's everything. So as long as you're not smashing the music away for something else, because you'll go through a stage, for example, if you're going on a little tour or something, then you've got to be planning the tour, so you haven't got the time to do that music. But just remembering it's because of the music why everything else is happening.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. We have slightly run over here, so I know there was a couple more if you had questions. If you want to stick around, we'll stick around for another few minutes and answer them individually, because, yeah, otherwise I'm going to interfere with your lunchtimes and get home. Thank you to everybody that has joined us down here today for the music conference, and thank you to our panellists. Cheers.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for coming. I'm Matt Flynn. I'm the co-director of a program called Music Futures, which is a investment and growth program that we run in Liverpool City region to drive innovation and talent development through Liverpool City region's music ecosystem. And one of the things that we're really interested in is skills and talent development. And as part of that, the sort of opportunities to find work placements and employment in the music sector. So that's why we've sort of convened this panel this afternoon. We tend to hear an awful lot from government about skills and talent, and our local authorities and regional authorities and employers as well, sort of complaining that what universities in particular do or don't do is prepare students well for the world of work, particularly in the creative industries. And we tend to hear from the university saying how well they do at doing these things. But we tend not to hear very much from the people who've been the beneficiaries and had these experiences. So today I wanted to convene a panel with our 4 guests that dug into their experience of work experience and how that's translated into jobs in the music industry. So we're going to kick off by letting each of them introduce themselves a little bit, talk a little bit about the journey. Then I'm going to ask some questions and hopefully we'll have enough time to open it up to the floor so you can ask them some questions direct. Okay? Yeah, thank you. Rock and roll. Do you want to start off, Leah?
Hi everyone, I'm Lucy Bridge and I work at Generator in Newcastle. I'm a programme coordinator and I'm working on the Northern Music Export Office, which is part of our Generator. And yeah, I started a Generator 2 years ago. I was the first woman Generator music intern, and then since then I have worked for Newcastle City Council and Atlantic Records as well, and I'm back now at Generator. So yeah.
So how did those opportunities come about, Lucy? How did you get to become an intern?
So probably quite different to a lot of you. I didn't go to university. I didn't know what I wanted to do when I was 17, 18. So I went and travelled for a couple of years, worked in the mountains and then came back to the UK in the summer and worked at festivals. I've always been interested in live music. So when I was 16, I programmed a all-day festival with my dad. And then after that, moved to Newcastle after my travelling. And then I started reaching out to local promoters to see if I could get some experience with them. I applied for quite a lot of jobs in music in Newcastle and didn't get anywhere with that because I don't have a degree. So I thought, okay, right, I really need to knuckle down and get some experience. So I reached out to local promoters, got some work with them, and then reached out to Generator, and I volunteered at Generator Live Festival Conference. That was 3 years ago, and then I joined their Young Promoter Programme, and then through that, with that experience, I then started my own promotions company with a local producer called Mike Smith and manager. And then, yeah, so basically just got all of that experience, and then that's what led me to get my internship. So yeah, I just tried to get as much experience as possible, gain as many skills as possible, and yeah, that's how that came about.
So quite a varied pathway, really.
Yeah. Very different to quite a lot of people, but yeah, it was definitely worth it, and I would recommend just reaching out to as many people as you can in the industry, coming along to things like this, networking with people, reaching out to local promoters if you're interested in live music, reaching out to managers, reaching out to sound technicians, whatever you think that you're interested in, just reach out to people. People want to help. But yeah, very long-winded.
No, it's good. Really, really interesting to hear that, there's not one defined route, which is one of the points that I want to try and demonstrate on the panel today. Eleanor, you're still in the sort of middle of an experience, so do you want to talk about that and how you got there?
So I'm in my 3rd year doing music at Liverpool. I'm also currently doing a part-time, alongside my studies, placement at Centric in Liverpool, which is a music publishing company. I'm working within the rights department, and I've been doing stuff with fraud, song processing, live claims. Yeah, basically everything within the rights department. I've just been trying to get as much experience as possible. And yeah, I'm still in the process of trying to get a job in the music industry, so yeah.
But how did the placement come about and what you'd done before that to sort of position you for the placement?
So at the end of my 1st year, an email got sent round to every single music student. Apply for this internship, you got paid £750. I thought, yes, that sounds like a bit of me. And it was working with Matt doing live music mapping. So Liverpool has a live music map which helped inform local policy like the night bus and stuff like that, and it was expanding it to have not just live music venues, have all music businesses in Liverpool. So that really helped with my data skills, Excel, actually getting experience with that, which is, you don't really realise how much of the music industry relies on maths and numbers and Excel and stuff like that. So, and off the back of that, I kind of got the skills I needed to be able to apply for a placement at Centric and show that I was interested in it. I kind of found out about publishing in 1st year. I had no idea what it was before coming to uni. I loved music, didn't really know what I wanted to do after uni, but now publishing's probably definitely what I want to do.
That's good to hear. Dylan, you're a bit longer away from your original experience and now quite established, but do you want to tell us a little bit about your journey into Future Sound?
Yeah, my own. Just turn it on the side. There we are. I don't know how to work a microphone. Yeah, I'm Dylan Broadbent. I work for Future Sound. We're a promotions company, biggest independent promotions company in Yorkshire. We do about 400 gigs across the country. We do live at Leeds Festival, Slam Dunk Festival, and a bunch of pretty cool, amazing outdoor and indoor shows at the Academy and the Arena, down to like Oporto, Brudenell. I started, I guess, cutting into the music industry when I was about 14, 15, doing work experience after year 10, just because I knew a few people that worked in the bar at the Wardrobe and people that worked at Future Sound, and managed to get a week-long work experience being a runner, actually right by here at our gigs that we do at Millennium Square. Got to meet some really cool bands like the Cribs, bring them sandwiches, and I was like, well, this is really, really cool. And just, from all I'd really known was being in high school to being at the side of a stage and seeing a full production happen, and I was like, this is incredible. So after that, I did my GCSEs and started A-levels. Really struggled, not so much academically, but just getting into the work and trying to commit to doing 2 years of A-levels, and I looked for other opportunities. And I did a bit of research and found out that you could get the equivalent of 2 A-levels as a level 3 apprenticeship. And I went back to Future Sound because I'd kept in contact with some of the people there, and they were able to carve me an intro apprenticeship role on the marketing team, where I was placed in the office but doing my apprenticeship through that. And I did that for about a year, got my exams, and that apprenticeship I covered so much within marketing. I learned a lot about social media, digital ads, all the way through to Excel, coding, website design. So it really gave me the full 360 of everything to do with marketing. And after I got my qualification, I spoke to Future Sound, and they kept me on full time, and I've worked there for about 8 or 9 years, because I started when I was about 15, 16. So it'll be my 9th or 10th year now at Future Sound, and I love it. Yeah, just always been started quite low on the marketing team and just worked my way up. But yeah, through work experience and then an apprenticeship, which is, like you say, Lucy, a little bit different from the normal university approach.
Yes, we've had a university example, 2 non-university examples, one which is very one company all the way through, one which is lots of different experiences. and lots of different projects and working from project to project. Eleanor, how about you?
Hi everyone, so I'm Eleanor. Bear with me because I've had to make notes because I know that I'll forget what I'm talking about. So I currently, formally my role is marketing. I work at an arts organisation called Flux. We're based in Rotherham, but kind of formally my role's moulded into a bit of a community producer role as well. So I'll support on any of the big events that we're running. So that can be real, large scale things that will, take over the town centre, right down to really small events where we're just kind of working with community members. Like a good example would be most recently in February we did our big winter festival, which was a light festival. Think Light Night Leeds but on a much smaller scale, and I worked with 220 odd musicians to pull together a soundtrack that accompanied the projections, that we kind of transformed Rotherham Minster into an installation, which was lovely. So that's kind of what I do alongside marketing as my day job. But yeah, to get to where I am now, I had lots of different roles, which is why I've had to write them down. So I did a music degree at Hull University. Graduated in 2020, year of COVID. So that wasn't the best time to graduate with a music degree. So ended up at Co-op, which I always think is worth mentioning because I don't think there's many people that kind of graduate and then walk straight into a role, or it's very unusual. You're very lucky if you do. And then from there, I just started applying for everything. I got a job working. I knew I didn't want to teach, but then I didn't know what else I wanted to do. I just wanted to do anything kind of creative, specifically in the music industry. So I got a job working as a TA assistant at a music college in Doncaster called High Rhythm. So I did that for a year, met loads of people there. And while I was there, I still kept applying for various different jobs. And I took part in the Launchpad Future Leaders that they ran each year, learnt loads, met loads of people through that. It was super useful. And then I ended up with a traineeship at Children's Capital of Culture, which was a kind of programme that they were running in Rotherham at the time. It's actually just finished, but I did my traineeship in 2022. And alongside that, I also got another traineeship at Long Division, which was a music festival based in Wakefield. So I was a community producer there, and I was an events producer at Children's Capital Culture. So I was doing various different roles, across my week. But yeah, amassed different skills through all of those traineeships and roles. One of those being marketing, which totally happened by accident. But then that led me on, into the role that I am now, alongside, lots of kind of events, traineeships, and working with communities. So yeah.
So lots of different, so we've got traineeships, apprenticeships, placements, internships. Lots of different ships, doing lots of different routes and lots of different ways in. But what are the the attitudes and the skills and knowledge that you think you've needed to turn those opportunities into the roles that you're now in, or the role that you hope you're going to be in?
I don't mind starting.
Yeah,
I feel like any traineeship, internship, any of those sort of things, you get out as much as you put in. So if on all of mine, I've tried to be really proactive, do as much as I possibly could do, absorb as much out of it, because I think it really sets you above others and in a good stead, kind of for future work. And, when you're applying for other jobs, you can list so much more if you've done more. And any of the organisations that are providing these traineeships want you to do well as well. They want you to succeed. So if you're as proactive as you can be when you're in those roles to get as much out, I would definitely say helps.
So make the most of it. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, buy in and fully commit. Okay, Dylan?
I think following in from what you said, I think it's the being proactive and also being able to say yes to everything. I think there's been a lot of times where I've been presented an opportunity quite early doors where it hasn't necessarily been within the realms of marketing or something that I saw myself doing, but it was still within the events world or within gigging or within music. And I think it's easy to kind of get locked onto what you're doing or saying, oh, well, it's not quite related. But, somebody's offering you that opportunity because they believe in you or because they think it's going to help you. And like you say, they're there to support and to help you. So, and it takes confidence to do that, especially if it's early doors in your training or in your experience, if you're presented with something that you've never done before or seems really alien. But, I think I'm still learning now, but I think a lot of the I've been able to do so much more with, as years go by and you progress, but I don't think I would be able to do those things to the level that I can do now without opportunities that maybe weren't within my normal marketing realm early doors. But I was given those opportunities, I said yes to them, and then that's kind of helped me Can
you give us an example?
Yeah, so like I got really lucky early doors in because quite early into working at Future Sound, it was as social media was getting quite big and Instagram, and Instagram stories weren't really a thing until like the first year, second year of my job. So we started doing these big events, and we needed a media team, and I was put in a position where I had to help book, but then manage the media team, and I'd never managed anything. I could barely manage myself. I was like 16, 17 years old. But I was, on site at Temple Newsome at Slam Dunk Festival. We had like 25,000 people on site, and I was helping to coordinate where the photographers would be, not only like shooting the bands on stage, but we had Monster, we had Marshall, we had all these sponsors that needed to get their content as well. And I was helping to coordinate where the photographers would go, or manage their time, or manage the content that they were editing, and then the content that we were putting out online. And that was something that, like I say, I'd never managed, and didn't know anything about it. And now that's something that I do across about 9 different events and festivals every summer. But had I have said no, I want to, focus on my tweeting and focus on what I'm doing, who knows if I would be able to do that to the level I am now.
So grow into the opportunity.
100%.
Ellen, have you got an example to sort of put a lot in to get a lot out?
I suppose probably doing the marketing. So the traineeship at Children's Capital Culture was officially like an events one. So we were kind of planning, large scale events, but nobody on the team. We were a team of 5 kind of putting on these events. Lots of mixed kind of abilities and skills within our group. And yeah, kind of nobody stepped forward to do the marketing. I just was like, I think I can be good at it, so I'm going to give it a shot. And yeah, that then meant that because I was able to kind of, form those skills myself, it meant that I could then go and, apply for a marketing job and got it. So yeah, I think, I'd not intentionally gone to do that.
So stepping forward, putting yourself forward, going into the opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Eleanor?
Yeah, I think you've got to kind of back yourself, even if you don't think that you can do. So with the thing for Matt applying for it, it said on the application, priority will be given to second years, or we want people who've already got experience. But I was still like, I might as well just apply, see what happens. Then I actually got it. That led to more paid work with Newcastle University and Lancaster University as well, doing similar thing but for different cities. So it's really just, even if you don't think you can do it, just still do it, because it might work out. And if it doesn't, then at least you've got some experience behind you where you can apply it to something different. That if the interview hadn't gone well, could have thought, what didn't go well in this interview, and then apply it to the next thing that I apply for. I think that's probably all I'd say.
Lucy?
I'd probably say, lean more into, what makes you creative and your, creative side. So, there's quite a lot of students that will put on, a club night outside of, uni. But, when everybody else is doing that and you all kind of go for the same job at, label, what makes you stand out from everybody else? And maybe that's thinking more about how can we put money back into the local music scene. So can we apply for funding, and then what could we put in our application bid to get funding to do something like that? So could we come up with a cool all dayer, or a collaborative event with another promoter? Something that we did with my promotions company is, so we applied for some funding from North Tyneside Council, and we put in our application that we would programme a gig, and it would be a really intimate show, so we weren't going to sell many tickets, which is why I need funding, and the whole performance would be recorded through a sound desk, and it would also be videoed as well. So the artist used the recording from that performance for their album that they released, and we've also got content of that. So then also use that for our social media. We had like a Q&A with the support act. So there was like an educational side to it. Everybody who bought a ticket got like a merch t-shirt that was like screen printed for that gig. So it's like coming up with like really cool creative ways that like makes you stand out from other people that are doing similar things. When I was at Warner doing my internship, I would ask everybody who had like a one-to-one with about how did they get their job, because they were students or they weren't students, and pretty much all of them said that they had to do something in the spare time that they didn't make any money from, but it just made them stand out. So I'd probably say being as creative as possible. Another thing that kind of goes on to what Dylan said is like using the skills that you've got and then creating experience from that. So with one of my shows that I did like an open mic folk night, and there was a girl that came down called Eddie, and she was incredible, like blew me away, and now I manage her. And I do that because I've got so much experience working at Generator with artist development, experience that I've learned from Warner, and I'm not like saying that I'm like an incredible manager or whatever, but I'm using the skills that I've learned through my career so far for like a new project with Eddie, and she's gaining so much from it. I am as well. We're both learning so much from this experience. So it's like, what do you already have? Like, do you, I don't know, like, do you go to gigs all the time? Okay, could I like review gigs, like local gigs, or like, am I like a journalist student or whatever? Can I then like create like a TikTok account and like review like albums every week or something like that? Just something that like on your CV shows that you're putting in so much work at, like in your spare time that you're not making any money from. And yeah, it's all just skills that you can learn from and like bring to your work.
So work ethic seems to come across. Big. The confidence again. So the back yourself idea, being confident to step into an opportunity and put your hand up or step forward. And then creativity and stacking the transferability of skills. So seeing where your skills that you've already got can be applied in different contexts. Yeah. Okay. I've got many more questions, but we tend to leave little time for questions at the end from the audience. So I'm going to pause now and ask if anyone in the audience has already got a question. There's some hands up already. We got a roving mic. Yeah, brilliant. Over there.
Thank you. My name is Heaven, and my question is, what was the most surprising thing that you have learned about the music industry and like the jobs that you have had so far?
What a great question. Over to you guys.
I don't know. I think one thing that was pretty surprising is like, I think you have this impression of artists in that they're like larger than life in a way. And it's not to say, I think, you know, being a performer on stage, you kind of do have to have that about you. But, you know, I think they're all people. And, you know, I know people, I've not done it myself, but I've got people that I've worked with that have reached out to people that, you know, have probably won awards or been nominated for Brits or, you know, pretty big into like, you know, when you see them on social media and you see the views that they get or the likes they get and you think, wow, they're amazing and there's no way that they're going to want to have anything to do with me. But like, kind of like what we've all spoken about today, being confident and reaching out, and, you know, just because they're big artists, like they will engage. You know, if you're passionate and you care, and, you know, you want to review a gig or you want to take photos of an artist that, you know, is performing in your city or your town, you know, there's every chance that they might not have a tour photographer because that's something that the tour doesn't cover. And then, you know, it's actually a blessing for them that they can have somebody that's really inspired and wants to pick up a camera and go shoot. And so it's, you know, not being scared that just because an artist has 20,000 followers and 1 million views on TikTok, that, and you could be a student or at school still, or, you know, a random job. If you're passionate about it and you care, you know, reach out because they're people too. And, you know, you might love their music. They love their music too because it's an art form. And yeah, I think, yeah, kind of going back to what we were saying, reaching out. But yeah, artists are performers and their personalities, but they're people too, and I think engage with them.
Far more approachable than you would think.
100%.
Yeah. Who wants to go next?
I guess it goes back to what I was saying before about how everything's kind of transferable. Like, you could be working in one part of the music industry and it's connected to another part, and like you could be doing marketing and you won't even realise. Like, I work on the Northern Music Export Office at the moment, and it's mainly kind of like programming the trip that we're going on in April, and working out timings and logistics and stuff like that. But then there's quite a lot of like stuff that I'm doing that's like marketing, so there's a lot of crossover, and I'm working on the press release with the marketing team, and then liaising with like photographers and stuff like that. And there's just like loads of things that you could be doing that you kind of don't realise is another like industry as well at the same time, like another sector of it. So yeah, lots of things are transferable. And then the music industry is so small, so you could be working with somebody and then they'll probably know pretty much everybody else that you know. So it's very, I think that's can be a negative, but I think it's mainly a positive, because you can connect with as many people as possible, and people do want to talk to you and they do want to help each other out. Like 99% of people do. So yeah, I think that was a big thing for me, was working out, realising how small the industry is.
And there's, as you say, there's pros and cons to that to a certain extent, but it really reinforces the importance of reputation management and being professional and conduct and all those types of things.
Yeah, because if you have a band that's a bit naughty or whatever, then everyone finds out about it. So, reputation's a big thing.
Which Eleanor's got to go first?
I don't like. I just would like echo what you two are saying. The skills that you gain, particularly again going back to like internships or anything like that, you can transfer. I think that's really important, and it sets you apart. The more skills you've got when going for jobs or kind of trying to embed yourself in the industry.
And what has surprised you most?
I suppose just that transferable skill. One thing that works somewhere will very often work elsewhere as well. And like I didn't mention at the start, but I also play cello. So lots of things where I'm doing session work kind of can transfer over, some of the community stuff, because, some of this session work can be like playing in pit bands. So that feels very community. If I'm playing with, an amateur ensemble doing a theatre show, it's all connected, Yeah,
so the connectivity, how, you've mentioned like networks and those types of things now. Being aware of how small the industry is. Eleanor?
See, I was going to say complete opposite, how big the music industry actually is, because I don't know like how many people in here are studying music at uni, but whenever I would say to people like A-level results day, what are you doing? I'm off to uni to study music. They go, well, do you ever want to get a job then? And it's like, actually there is so many different jobs in the music industry. I didn't know about half of them before I started studying like industry modules and stuff like that, but even things adjacent to the music industry, like I don't know, working for the Arts Council, looking at charity funding and stuff, or looking at music organisations and stuff in the community. Music is like so big. There's so many jobs, and I don't know why people like to tell you when you say you want to study music that it's unemployable, or that you're never going to get a job, because I actually really don't think that's the case, and maybe I'll be eating my words in when I leave uni in 2 months' time and I've not got a job. But I think, I think there is a lot of employability and a lot of jobs in the music industry. You just have to know where to look for them.
Maybe it's just that everybody's really well connected. Like the main part of, a big thing about being in the music industry is that you've got to network, and that is a really daunting thing, and I don't really like doing it a lot of the time, but to progress in the music industry, or even just to grow in the music industry, you need to keep those contacts that you've got close, and also everybody in the music industry just is lovely, and you do want to keep in contact with these people, but maybe that's why I think that it's so small, because everybody is just really well connected, instead of working in a totally different industry, like tech maybe, I don't know, not sure.
I think both things are true actually. It's sort of, there's far more jobs than people imagine, but the industry is far more connected than people imagine as well. Yeah. Any other questions? It was a really good question. Thanks for that. I'm trying to see. Yeah, I know, yeah. There you go.
Sorry, I was so far away.
No problem.
Basically, I just wanted to know if any effect, what are the effects or threats of AI on your roles and on the companies you work for? Are you seeing, if any?
Another great question. We got nearly half an hour through the session without mentioning AI. Who wants to go first this time? Yeah.
So as part of my placement, like the main thing I've been doing is in the copyright assurance team, which is basically fraud. And one of the main things that is affecting music publishing is AI, because if a human hasn't written something, how can they be claiming songwriter royalties or whatever, publishing royalties for a song they haven't written, and they've just put into Suno, write me a hip-hop song and about this, and they generate 30 of them, upload it to a publisher, and then getting royalties. So it's about looking through, working out which countries have like been using AI a lot, finding even specific places, specific IP addresses which have been just putting out basically a load of AI slop. So there's been full days on placement where I've just been listening to like Skibbity Toilet remix version 100 and been like, oh, that's AI, let's flag it. But it's actually kind of created, because of the threat, it means that there's more need for people to look at it. So it's like more jobs, they need more people to look at it. So even though it's AI very bad, but also AI kind of good.
I agree with that. I think there's like positive and negative AI. I think when AI was becoming quite popular over the last couple of years, I think everybody who was sat in an office looked at their job and went, oh my God, in 3 years, I ain't going to have a job because of AI. And like, I think when you put that into practice, it's probably not the same, because I can write, you know, we can all write press releases and social media copy. And if you ask AI with no information or context to write you a press release about this artist, it's going to spit out something that will look like 10% of the content you see online, because all of that's AI as well. And it'll be really easy to identify, and it won't cut through because of the amount of content that goes out online that is written by creative people that care about what they're producing and what they're writing. So I think I was more fearful before. I think the reality of it is there is bad AI, and I think, you know, people that are writing songs or creating music or stealing music that's being derived off original ideas is terrible. But I think there's, you know, ways that AI can also help. One that I thought of, I set up a Spotify campaign recently, and we reached out to somebody to record a voiceover for the ad, and I was mastering it. And when I mastered it, I ran a version through an AI mastering, and it didn't change anything. I edited it. The person that spoke was a real person, but it just helped the levels a little bit. And I don't think there's anything damaging there, but that is technically artificial intelligence, but it's enhanced what I did. And like, I spent an hour doing the master, and then AI spat out 2 minutes extension of that, and it was a bit better. So I ran with that version on Spotify. Like, I don't think that's a terrible thing, but I think if I went to a voiceover AI and said, if I went to an AI and said, can you script this? And then I ran it into a voice AI and said, can you voice this? And then I uploaded it to Spotify, it wouldn't do as well. And I don't think anybody that I was working with would be very happy I did it. So yeah, I think it's about kind of using it the right way and not relying on it, but seeing how it can help you. And I think that's where I look at it in terms of a job role. I think people are going to struggle if you push AI away to an extent, because I think a lot of the stuff we do is digital and online, and if you fully box it out, I think there will be people that can use it positively, that might be able to do things a little bit better because they're using it to enhance their jobs. So I don't think we should fully like turn away from it, but I also think when it comes to like being a creative or being an artist, nothing can replace the human in that. So I think that's an important thing to remember with AI, is that it can't do what a human does, especially when it comes to actually creating art like music.
Yeah, I was just going to second that, because the one thing that AI, can't replace is like human-to-human interaction, and the music industry is built around that. So we've always, got that little string of hope to cling on to, because I do think, it's really important, and particularly like in my role within communities, that's why, connection is like what brings people together, and then art is, very often, the pinnacle of that. So yeah, while ever there's, human-to-human interaction happening, I think, AI will stay on the sidelines.
I hope that AI won't take my job at a non-for-profit organisation, but I don't know. No, it won't. But yeah, I think probably labels. Yeah, maybe major labels. AI will take over some roles, especially in like commercial teams where they're looking at data all the time and figuring out and tracking streams. Yeah, probably. I know that. Spotify has, they're now not using editors to playlist songs anymore. That's just going to be like an algorithm. So yeah, people probably don't have jobs. Editors anymore don't have jobs at Spotify and streaming services. So yeah, that's not good. And that's also scary if we're kind of just looking at algorithm as a way of finding artists. Because when I used to have Spotify, I used to listen to song radios all the time, or Discover Weekly on a Monday, and that's where I found most of my artists. And that is an algorithm, but I think that is also connected to playlists and New Music Fridays and all of that. So yeah, I don't know. I think it's quite scary, but in my job, I don't think it's a threat.
So pros and cons. And it depends on what role you're in and what context and those types of things.
Pros and cons of AI.
Yeah, there's pros and cons. It depends on how it's being used and who's using
100%,
it. So we talked about that's one of the challenges. Obviously, a challenge that everyone in the room needs to be aware of. But what's been the biggest challenge for you in getting to this point, and particularly in pursuing an apprenticeship, a traineeship, an internship, or a placement?
I think so. A barrier of like a location barrier was a massive thing for me. I'm from a little village in Lancashire, so I'm 26 now. So when I was 16, 17, there was sixth form and local colleges, and the music courses at college didn't do like live music. They didn't have promoter programs. They didn't have any of that, and we also didn't have anybody coming into the school talking about what arts courses were going on in the local colleges. So I think that's why I'm kind of so delayed in like my career of where I am. And then also probably, but it's all getting better. Like I said before, at Gateshead College, they had a promoter in their production music class. So there are courses, and it is happening. And like Leeds is the same as Newcastle. There are a lot more jobs in the industry now than there were like 10 years ago. It's definitely happening, and there is like the infrastructure there for jobs outside of London, which is great. Another one would probably be me being a female. I've worked gigs before as a rep, and I just haven't been respected by tour managers at all. And they've respected the male owner, venue owner, instead of actually talking to me. So I think, yeah, gender and location were probably the two main barriers for me, definitely.
Yeah, I think for me personally, I think because I work in quite online within marketing, and a lot of my role is within social media, trying to keep up with trends, especially with how fast moving everything in the online space is now, like now with AI and stuff like that. But back when I was getting into it, like I said before, Instagram stories were just becoming a thing. So me stepping into a workplace that had set up an Instagram a year prior and explaining all these amazing features that we could do with stories not being permanent, and to people that had no understanding of them. And there's no point me sitting here and explaining it to any of us, because it's so commonplace in what we do every day, not even in our jobs, but just on a personal level. But going forward on that, there was a point where TikTok wasn't as popular as it is now, and I thought it was going to be a fad that was going to go away. So I didn't spend a lot of time in the early doors of when TikTok came about making a profile or making work a profile as early as I should have. And I think now I'm almost chasing my tail on that. And that's TikTok, which probably got really popular 3 years ago. There's new social medias and there's new trends coming through that you need to stay on top of in order to work the algorithm or to, you know, make your content be the best it can be. So yeah, I think that's quite difficult. It's also enjoyable, and you know, there's constantly new things to learn. But I think trying to stay on top of something like that is really important. And you know, if for people that are coming out of uni, and you know, TikTok has been much more part of their life than someone like me who's learning it through my job. There's so many places that are probably looking for somebody that really understands TikTok. And if you've got an account where you're talking about music, or you're really interested in music or what you're doing, and you're getting 10,000 views, 20,000 views because a couple of your videos have hit the algorithm, people are going to see that, and there'll be a lot of places that want that and want that experience and that wealth of knowledge. So yeah, like, just keep up with what's happening right now, because it will feed into a job role in some sense, and especially within music and creative industries.
Yeah, I would say it's not necessarily a current issue for me, but I do think it's worth mentioning that lots of traineeships and internships are only ever temporary. So I spent a lot of time in, well, most of the roles that I've mentioned, knowing that they were only 8 months or a year. Some of them were a year. So you know that at some point it will come to an end. So, you know, you spend the last kind of few months of those traineeships looking for other jobs. So you're never quite guaranteed, you know, a permanent role in some of these traineeships, which is just worth bearing in mind.
Yeah, so the uncertainty and the precarity, yeah.
I'd say that my biggest thing that I've personally had to, like, within myself overcome is just self-confidence. I think putting yourself into really, not strange, but strange to you situations, and having to act like you know what you're doing, and when you really don't, it's really helped my confidence. Like, even doing stuff like this, like, I'm a third year uni student, I don't have a job, like, what am I doing talking on a panel about getting a job? But like, things like that, it's really good for self-confidence. And but I would say, like, the location thing, everything's initially seemed to me like it was all in London, and so I'm not going to London, I'm a northern girl, I'm staying in the north. And I think things like this, and Liverpool's obviously got so much music, the Matt's Music Futures thing, Manchester, I think there is a lot more going on that isn't in London, which is really positive.
So challenges are opportunities, even though they can be quite daunting at times, and things to overcome. Any more questions from the audience? Yeah, I've got a hand up over there.
Hello. Oh, I'm curious if there were any or are any technical skills or softwares that you recommend students or early professionals, like, are proactive about learning, whether that's social media marketing, like measurement, meta analytics, or project management for program coordinating stuff. That makes sense.
I mean, I think the first thing that jumped out to me was Adobe. I think there's so many things within the Creator Cloud that are really useful, from like Photoshop and Premiere and your basics, to Audition for mastering, like I was talking about. There's a lot on there that I think is really useful. I think getting to know Google Analytics is really important, even if you were just launching a campaign for a friend's business or like a friend's night or something like that, and each putting £5–10 in of your own money into a Meta campaign or into a Google campaign, running it for a week, testing a couple different versions of an artwork, and then sitting and trying to understand the nuances of what was different about this post or this post. What did I say in this post that generated an extra 100 clicks for £10 less, and just starting to understand kind of the basic side. But that's quite an easy thing to do with not a lot of investment that can go a long way. So we get Google Analytics and Meta is something that I do a lot of, but from a general knowing across the company, I think Adobe is also really important as well. I think I won't, on the technical side, I'm probably not the best person to speak on that. But yeah, Adobe, Meta, and Google really, really important and very easy to get into from an intro level. And obviously using YouTube as well, and there's loads of tutorials and stuff. So if you are stuck, there's a bunch of people that want to tell you the best ways of doing it online as well, which is good. I use that a lot.
I find Adobe really scary. So I also use Canva. So if you want to do anything marketing related, Canva is like so friendly, user friendly. You can get free accounts for that, so I would definitely recommend Canva if you want to do anything marketing related. And I also, just as you were saying all of that, it made me think about Digital Culture Network, which is like funded by the Arts Council. They run loads of like online free online training or other resources kind of, you know, into all sorts of different things. They did one recently on MailChimp, you know, if you wanted to start a newsletter, that's quite useful. So yeah, there's like loads of previous resources and stuff on there that you can look at and, you know, sign up to watch. So yeah.
I think I kind of second everyone. We use Canva and yeah, Google Analytics. Maybe some kind of like Excel workshop, especially if you want to be a promoter or you want to run your own events, learn how to budget. Yeah, that's always a good thing. But yeah, pretty much the same. Google Analytics and Canva.
Excel, everyone loves Excel, and all the jobs that like I've been looking at applying for and things like that, it's like, we want you to be proficient in Excel. And I did a LinkedIn learning course, but it was kind of boring, so maybe find a different course for Excel. But yeah, that's what I'd say.
And in terms of either educators or employers, what would you like them to do better in terms of, for the people coming up behind you, in terms of the experiences that you had from a ship point of view?
Not from my personal experience, because I, like I said, didn't do music at college or university, but at Generator, we come across quite a lot of artists and young professionals that want to work in music, but don't have like headshots. So a good thing would be maybe even to get like photography students in, and they could get some experience photographing artists or like young professionals that are interested in music, and then they could help each other, or just to get a photographer in and take some headshots, just so then everyone's prepared when they want to go for a job in music. They have like a LinkedIn headshot, or an artist has a press shot, so then they can update their EPK before they start booking gigs. Another one would be, oh, my mind has just gone so blank. Can't remember.
Come back.
Yeah, come back.
I can back the headshot thing, because that's me on my holiday. I have no pictures of me that are professional. I think one thing that even from like a pre-uni, more college-y type level is make music seem like something that is actually viable to go into. Doing music A-level, music B-Tech, like a lot of the time it's an extra thing that people do because unis might like it. It shows that a lot of people on my music course did 3 sciences and then music because they thought it'd make their medicine application stand out. Instead of music being something that's an add-on or something that you do if you want to teach music, not that like there's anything wrong with teaching music, but it being an industry like that isn't, that you can go into as a professional, rather than it being an afterthought, like being an actual viable industry like finance or accounting. The creative industries are something that you can do as a real job.
Yeah, so more awareness. Yeah. Have you remembered?
Yeah, it did come back. It's not that interesting, but so quite a lot of people don't like networking, like I said before. So maybe some kind of like workshops around like how you approach people in social settings. I know that I would have loved that when I started out in the industry, because quite a lot of the time it's like you feel like you have to just go over to somebody and just say who you are and like where you're from and what you do. But yeah, maybe just kind of working on those like conversation starters that you have, just doing some like practice sessions and just kind of coming from it as like how can you be approachable towards other people without kind of like being like over the top or like or just some like skills about maybe how to like ask people for a coffee, or just like a good way to kind of go about asking if you can get more from them, but not saying it just like that, basically.
I think that's really insightful. Actually, it's really important. Asking what you can do for them. Yeah.
I think because so much of like music industry stuff is like applied, I think it's really important to get feedback, and this is probably for educators and employers, like feedback throughout a task as well at the end, I think is really important. For me, I think some of like my biggest learning can come from when I'm trying to execute a project and I don't do it correctly, but there's going to be another opportunity to do that. And I think sometimes early doors, I probably wasn't seeking that feedback, but I think sometimes as well, you'd complete a project and submit it and you'd get your grade back, but there's not a whole bunch of feedback there for you to learn from. And I think now when I'm working on projects, I've got a great manager and we've got a really good line of communication, and I think there was a point where I would be told that I hadn't done something well and I'd not take it particularly well, or I'd feel like it was a slight on me when we were all working towards the same goal, and what that really was her trying to teach me. But I think getting an understanding that when you have less skills and when you are still learning, and getting that feedback and understanding how to take feedback and how to apply feedback to strengthen what you do next time and learn from it is a really important thing. So yeah, I think just like a little bit more, it all comes down to communication, but yeah, communication and feedback whilst you're in the midst of submitting a project, I think for me as an apprenticeship level would be really important. My dad's a lecturer, and I know that he constantly talks to his students throughout the term rather than like just when they submit, and I think that really helps them to know that somebody's looking at their stuff and that they can go away and improve. So yeah, I think that's a really important thing, because I know how much of my learning comes from somebody telling me how I've done something at the end, even though that's something that I actually had to learn to accept as well. But it's, yeah, feedback is massive.
Really good point.
I would say from the perspective of like an organisation looking to, hire trainees, is that be considerate that, not every trainee is going to hit the ground running. So I've been in, groups of trainees, like cohorts, and found that some have needed an awful lot more support than others. So kind of build that in and consider that, when applying trainees. Because yeah, you might have some that are kind of really great and get it straight away, but some, that need extra support and, have additional needs. So, and when that starts to kind of break a little bit, and somebody's struggling, it puts a lot of strain on probably usually what are quite small teams working in organisations as well. So then, it just puts strain on both sides. So yeah, I would just consider kind of, in the hiring process and everything, building in support, extra support for trainees. Because like you say, people want feedback and things are going to go wrong and you want to learn from all of that. And that takes time and extra, resources. So yeah, I would just consider that from an organisation.
Giving people the space to grow.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Probably got time for one more audience question. There is one.
Okay, thank you. Hello, I'm Evangelina, and just a basic question about how do you get these internships and all the ships, and kind of where do you start and how do you approach, where do you search for them, especially if, like for example, I'm a singer, so the main field I want to approach is performance, but what kind of additional things can help me kind of guide me into that?
I think not being deterred by not getting a response or not getting the response you wanted, and still being like excited to ask about opportunities. Like from first-hand experience, I know that we've got a artist submissions form on our website for performers and singers. We used to have it where you would apply once and then you would be held in a database, but the way that we do it now is that you apply on a show-by-show basis. So you might have 5 really cool singers that are coming to Leeds over the next year, and there might be one next month that you'd love to play, and you can reach out, and for whatever reason you might not be able to be on that show, but not being upset by that, and having the confidence to reach out and continue to be in spaces and kind of make those opportunities. I think we've mentioned it a few times, but networking is really important for that as well, just try and do that. But yeah, I'd say not being deterred by when something doesn't go right, and yeah, being confident to kind of keep asking and then finding an opportunity that way.
Resilience.
Resilience, yeah.
I think applying for as many jobs as possible that are, something that you're interested in the music industry. So if you are into performance, then also look at marketing jobs as well, just because then you know how to market yourself, you know how to build a brand, you know how to market yourself on social media, and yeah, I guess, yeah, I think just applying for as many jobs as possible, and like Dylan said, not getting deterred from things. Using, like I said before, using what you have now, and getting involved in other things within music. So if you've got a certain skill, then how can I get involved in, I don't know, like a local show that's going on, or an artist that you really like. Reach out to as many people as possible, and see how much experience and much knowledge you can get from other people. When I started out in the industry, I would ask to go for coffees with people, and just mainly to get some more information and understand where people kind of started out. I find it so interesting to find out how someone got to where they were, where they are. So yeah, I think just trying to be as friendly and approachable as possible, and yeah, asking people for some time. I think that's probably the best.
I was going to say I'm quite pleased you've asked this question, because it's all well and good us talking about our opportunities, but if we don't tell you how we got them, then that's not very useful, is it? So all of my internships I've found online. So I would suggest kind of following, like, Arts Council have a job page. Depending on where you're based, like, follow every single cultural organisation where you are based. So whether that be music, theatre, drama, regardless of, you know, whether you're saying you want to be a singer, just absolutely follow everything, because you don't know what kind of could lead to wherever. So yeah, Arts Council, like for me, for example, like I know like Sheffield Council have like a cultural newsletter, so follow that. Like Launchpad, obviously, you know, like have loads of opportunity roundups on their pages. So yeah, you know, some of the opportunities that come up will be, you know, maybe from small organisations, you know, that haven't got the reach. So that's what I mean, you know, kind of just follow absolutely everybody that you think would be relevant, because you don't know when an opportunity might come up.
So what like started off me getting onto my placement now was applying for the internship with Matt, and that was just advertised through uni. I know, like, get a lot of spam bulk emails, and it's easy to just ignore them and go, not relevant, but actually look through those and there might actually be something useful.
Yeah, so different ways of finding out information. Yeah, through conversation, through registration, through checking your emails. Yeah, big challenge. And also then, yeah, just having resilience when you don't get an answer or don't get a no. So we're just on time. So I just want to finish off with the one sentence you would have, the advice that you would give yourself before you started your first placement. Because there's normally advice into the room of what to do next, but the advice that you would give yourself.
Maybe what I mentioned earlier, just put absolutely everything into it and you'll get loads out. Yeah.
Okay.
Say yes to doing things even if you don't think you can actually do it, because the worst that can happen is you can't do it and then you learn how to do it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Go to as many events as you can. Speak to as many people as possible. Just ask questions. Like there's nothing more beneficial than just asking as many questions as possible. Yeah, just ask people if you can shadow them for a day, or if you can come along to a gig and watch them rep, or if you can help out in any way. Just because all of that experience can then be put on your CV. But yeah, just connect with people basically.
This is very
Let's
much
be
like,
profound, Dylan.
Very much just like a me thing. But like, I think like I would say like that being cool isn't that cool. Like I'll explain what I mean by that real quickly. So like when I was getting into it, I thought I like set up an Instagram. I had no posts on it. I wouldn't follow anybody that followed me. So I'd go to events and I'd chat to people, and they'd like send me a DM, and I'd like, you know, read it and like chat briefly, and wouldn't follow them back. And I look back now and I think of the amount of cool people that I probably met at bars or at gigs, that just because I thought, oh, you know, I don't want to follow more than 200 people on Instagram. Like, just like the most stupid things that like I was thinking as a 16, 17-year-old, and I've probably missed a bunch of opportunities through that. So I think, you know, just because I think at 16 I thought I was all that, and I thought I was the coolest person in the world, and I wasn't. And I think, you know, if I knew that now, I would have a bunch more people that I could connect with, and probably would have done even more amazing things. Not to say that what I'm done and what any of us done is amazing, but yeah, like, yeah, you're not that cool. Like, yeah, that's what I'd say.
Don't be too cool for a placement.
Don't be too cool for school, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. It's a great way, great way to finish it. Can we thank our panel, please?
Amazing stuff. Thank you so much, guys. We're going to quickly turn this room round, and if you stick around, we will have the conversation with Dan and Serena coming up, all about the life of Dan. So yeah, 15 minutes or 10-ish minutes, and we'll be back on here. Thanks, everyone.
1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. I did, yeah. Oh, thank you. Is that one?
Black tea for someone.
Yeah, that's for Dan.
Okay. It's very hot.
It's nice though. One, two, 1, 2. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to see you all. Thank you for being here this afternoon. I know it's been a long day, but I'm extremely excited to be hosting this conversation today. My name is Serena Johnson. I'm the co-founder and director of a youth organisation called Conscious Youth based in Huddersfield. We do a lot around artist development, and we have a youth-led production house. So for me, my heart is youth work, music, and creating spaces where talent that's often overlooked is seen, heard, and valued. As you all know, the music industry can sometimes feel distant, London-centric, and gate-kept. But at the same time, we are living in a moment now where a young person in Leeds, Bradford, or Huddersfield can upload a video tonight and have a global audience tomorrow. This afternoon, we are joined by someone who sits really at the shift, the center of that. And his name is Dan Chalmers. He is YouTube's head of music for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Over the past 20 years, he's navigated every major turning point in the industry, from physical sales declining, the rise of streaming, to YouTube becoming the world's biggest virtual stage during the pandemic. He's worked with legacy artists like Rod Stewart, Boyzone, and Stormzy. He's supported independent artists, he's helped shape revenue models, and he's been part of building platforms that now influence global culture. But today's conversation isn't just going to be about YouTube. What I'm interested in this afternoon is Dan's journey and how it can inspire the next generation of creatives coming through our communities. So let's all put our hands together for Dan Chalmers. Welcome.
It can only be downhill from here. It's a pleasure to be here. Great to be back in Leeds, my hometown, and an honour to speak at Leeds Beckett University. So privileged to be here. Thank you.
How are you feeling today, Dan?
I'm a bit nervous, actually. It's been a long day. I was in Manchester last night for the MOBO Awards, which was a lot of fun, but I was up at I don't know, 5 o'clock to kind of drive across. My mum lives in Harrogate, so I wanted to stop by to see her. And it's been a busy day, but yeah, I'm glad to kind of end up here.
It's fantastic that we've got shows like, you know, award shows like the MOBOs coming to the north. We've had the Brits as well. What are your thoughts on that?
I was at the Brits. Did you guys see the Brits? Did you watch it on YouTube, maybe, or ITV? I loved it. I mean, I think Jo Twist was here. We were talking to her, the head of the BPI. I think they did a phenomenal job. I was really excited that the Brits got the opportunity to come to Manchester, to come north. You know, there's a lot of people down south who are like, oh my God, the Brits is in Manchester. I've got to travel. I'm like, what? Like, what are you on about? Like, it's 2 hours, 2 hours on the train, and the music, it's in the bloodstream of the northern cities. You guys know that, and I think to have an award show like the Brits in Manchester was huge for the North.
Yeah, definitely.
And it was a phenomenal success. I think everybody was raving about it.
Yeah, they are. The
I'll
buzzing.
try and open this weird water can now. Don't know how you.
We actually assume that everybody knows and understands what YouTube it is as a platform. And let's not take it for granted, because I'm a member. I have a membership, and I only use YouTube for finding new music, creating a playlist, and maybe watching some old talk shows from the past. But in your own words, can you describe like what it is as a platform, what the platform is, and what it's achieved?
Which talk shows are you into?
Jerry Springer, Maury.
Jerry Springer,
Okay.
Do all of you use YouTube? I can't really see, but premium, mate. Okay, premium. Come on board. Yeah, listen, it's a fascinating platform. Our mission statement is give everybody a voice and show them a world. The user base is highly significant. Over 2 billion users, which is a real phenomenal number if you think about the amount of people on the planet. And really outside of China, YouTube is the predominant media platform. I'd say really revolutionizing media at the moment. If you look at YouTube, it's not just premium content, but short form. We launched Shorts a few years ago. There's now 200 billion daily views of Shorts. It began as an advertising model, as you guys know, and paying, viewers are paying with their eyeballs. But what's your name at the front? As Ben points out, we launched YouTube Music Premium a few years ago. We now have over 120 million paid premium users, so that's a YouTube ads-free experience. We have YouTube Music, which is a brilliant app. If you've not used it, you get audio and visual, you get all of the user-generated content, rarities, live mixes, which you can't get anywhere else. And we're doing a lot of investment at the moment in, high headroom markets. So India, obviously America, the Middle East, Indonesia, Brazil. But the makeup of the platform is, not just music. Music is a key vertical, but obviously creators, which you guys know about. Creators are the heartblood of YouTube. We're doing a lot of work in the music space at the moment around what we call unique channels. So if you've heard of Boiler Room, or Colours or Tiny Desk, and how they can influence the music scene. And really our goal is to, you can discover music through Shorts, but once you get into YouTube main, how can we drive fandom on YouTube main? So, premium video content is obviously a focus, but how we can link that to other types of content to kind of define the rabbit hole, as you go down and, watch your shows. So it's a phenomenal platform and, a lot of growth.
I absolutely love it. What I would say is, when I heard I was interviewing you or having this in conversation, I actually thought for a moment, what does Dan do on a daily basis? Like, as the head of music for YouTube, like, what do you do? What are your responsibilities?
You asked me this before, and I didn't really have an answer, did I? But it's a varied role. We, the music partnerships team, sit between the music industry and the tech platform. So I spent 20 years at Warner Music. My boss, Leo Cohen, has had a long and sort of storied history in the music industry, and was part of founding Def Jam and then 300. So as music began to grow on YouTube, the company really felt that they needed people from the music industry to come across and educate the platform about, the priorities of the music industry, how we can help artists develop, but also, for advocacy for Google and YouTube within the music industry. So it's a two-way street. The region I look after is EMEA, so Europe, Middle East, and Africa. On any given day, the market priorities and focuses can change. So, my leadership team look after Southern Europe, Central Europe and Germany, emerging markets and the UK. So I work with my team in terms of the priorities and how we can help artists, and really the two main pillars of fame and fortune. So how we can help break talent, and then how we can help drive monetization. And there's a lot of travel kind of every couple of weeks, which is fun.
Yeah, I forgot to ask, you've got a connection to Leeds. Can you tell me more about that?
Yeah, I mean, I was born in Leeds, whenever that was, 78, so it's quite a long time ago. But yeah, I mean, I'm sort of Leeds through and through. I was born in Chapel Allerton and grew up in Roundhay, near the park. So my parents had a house in Ayrsham Avenue, which is just off Street Lane. So, I spent a lot of my formative years in Leeds. I went to university, I think it was Northumbria, so up in Newcastle. Partied way too hard and had to leave there after a year, and then came back to finish my degree at Leeds. They fortunately let me into Beckett's. I don't know how that happened, and finished my degree in economics. So I spent all my time in Leeds till I was 21.
So you're a local boy.
Yeah, and it was, I mean, an incredible scene. The dance scene, particularly. As I was growing up as a teenager, trying to sneak into nightclubs and Up Your Ronson and Back to Basics and all of those places, and Vague, I don't know if you guys remember Vague and The Warehouse and Speed Queen, and I mean the clubbing scene in Leeds was ridiculous. I don't know whether I'm biased, but I think off the back of the Hacienda and the influence it had, I think Dave Beer really ran with that and had that kind of punk attitude, and that has left a lasting impact, in terms of me and the Leeds music scene.
So what's your taste in music, actually, whilst we're on the topic? What do you listen to?
I mean, I'm kind of, maybe it's like a middle-age crisis, but sort of looking back to like the 90s a lot. House music has stayed with me through my whole life, particularly kind of the last sort of 10 years. I've been looking back a lot at that scene. I was a big fan of the indie scene, growing up as a sort of teenager through Britpop, so Oasis, Stone Roses. I remember buying What's the Story, Morning Glory, kind of queuing up for that, and I bought the first Stone Roses record. I don't know if that goes down well in Leeds, talking about Mancunian bands, but I was a huge fan of the Roses record, and was fortunate to see them actually play in Leeds on the Second Coming tour, which was great. So a lot of the indie stuff, and then really the mainstream chart stuff. I love Olivia Dean, obviously, Sam Fender, Lola Young, fantastic.
Olivia Dean did well yesterday, didn't she?
She's doing very well.
Yeah,
very well indeed.
Very well. Tell me more about the route your career took. So what are the key pivotal points in your journey? If you could just give us an overview, how you've managed to get to this incredible position of influence.
It's Barrett. We were talking about influence, and actually we're talking about our own roles and sort of positions of influence, but I don't feel that, but I guess, it is. It's a position of responsibility. I got a break. I mean, I came out of university, I did economics and public policy. I didn't know what the hell I wanted to do. I was sort of interviewing for jobs. I remember failing an interview at British Telecom in Milton Keynes. It was, it was just sort of sporadically kind of looking for jobs. I got a break. My mother was working down at Polygram and made me aware of a summer internship, which was at Polygram Records, which latterly got bought by Universal Music. And it was a summer thing. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to go for that. I didn't even really think about leaving Leeds, which I think looking back was a huge kind of thing to do and a sort of risk. But once I got into it, I really kind of quickly understood, one, I was passionate about music, but I understood the business aspect of it as well. At the same time, as I told you, my parents ended up moving to America for my mother's job, and I sort of had this sense of being alone in London, and that I really needed to make it work for myself. Otherwise, I wasn't going to be able to live, or, you know, kind of make things work. So I really worked my ass off, and, you know, I was fortunate to get the in, and I think, you know, I always look back at that, but I really did work hard to sort of grasp the opportunity. From there, my boss got offered a job, who happened to be a Leeds United fan. That was the second bit of luck. But got a job to go over at Warner, and he said, come across as my personal assistant and I'll make you a product manager in 3 months. And he was good to his word, and I stayed at Warner for 20 years. And I had, you know, there was a lot of fortunate points. I mean, I think in 2000, the record industry got decimated by piracy. So, you know, physical and CDs were the predominant kind of driver of revenue, and for 7 years, the industry declined. So I was young, you know, I was kind of cheap, but good at my role. So it gave me a kind of opportunity to kind of, you know, go up through the business. And, you know, by 28, I was running a label called Rhino. So we looked after all of the catalog and kind of legacy artists. So, you know, Neil Young and The Doors and Fleetwood Mac, and you mentioned Rod Stewart. That then developed into a label that I took on called East West. So we moved into what was sort of called adult crossover repertoire. So Bette Midler, we had a brilliant run with. You know, she came in a bunch of times. Boyzone, Robert Plant, Jules Holland. And then some point through that, my boss said, you know, do you want to run this business called ADA, which is the Alternate Distribution Alliance? And it was, I can't remember now, 15 plus years ago. And it was when artists began to own their own copyrights, and they began to rent services and really focus more on partnership as opposed to the old model, which was, you know, you sign into a label, you sign away your life of copyright, and you kind of, you know, you basically do what you're told. And I was really good at, you know, building relationships, and I really valued the partnership, and I had a fresh kind of young point of view. So we rebranded it as Warner Label Services. I signed in a artist called Johnny Marr from the Smiths for his solo career. That then led to Noel Gallagher signing They Were Friends, and then it finally led to, you know, Macklemore, Ryan Lewis. We signed Stormzy for Gang Signs and Prayers, which was incredible, really interesting journey, and worked with dance labels like Defected and BMG. So I had 3 divisions which looked and worked with artists at different stages in their career. So the established acts, you know, the independent artists coming through, and the, you know, the kind of crossover artists. So yeah, I was passionate about it, but I was understood there was a business to it as well, and partnership was at the core of it.
What a career. So where's your inspiration and motivation actually come from? Like, because you mentioned your mum as playing a significant part in your career, but was there anyone else on the way that kind of, you know, was significant in that, your progression?
Yeah, I mean, all of my bosses. There was a guy called Dennis Plough, was the guy that I met at Polygram, who's sadly dead now. But he was a really passionate music guy, and he was passionate about bringing people through. So I think I was lucky to have a mentor at an early stage, and I've been, you know, worked with amazing people kind of all along the way. You know, some really hard bosses. You know, the record industry was not an easy place at the beginning. You know, really kind of dog eat dog. I mean, there's a saying, you know, what was it, like bury the dead quickly. I can't remember what it was about, sort of if you failed, and but you know, there was like failure was like laughed at, and you know, sometimes celebration wasn't even rewarded. You know, we had big you know, #1 releases, and I wouldn't even get a well done from my boss. You know, it was kind of quite a tough environment, but I learned they were brilliant people as well, and I learned a lot from them along the way. So I was fortunate to have people, and some of them with incredible work ethics that I could learn from. I mean, I now look at it and, you know, are the boundaries correct in your life? Are you actually dedicating enough time to your family? You know, are you passionate? You know, there's different indicators for me now compared to the person back then. But I think, you know, having champions and having mentors, I think is really important. And, you know, having people that you can look up to through your career, I think is critical.
And you mentioned family, like how do you kind of balance that kind of work-life, you know, scenario?
I mean, terribly. Like not not good enough. I've got 2 girls, 7 and 5, which really blessed to have. I had my first child at 40. My partner Rochelle, we're not married, is an incredible mother, but it's really hard. You know, I travel a lot. I try to make sure that I dedicate time in the morning. You know, so if I'm, you know, if I work out, I'll try and work out at 6 to get back for 7, and then have an hour with the kids before school. And I definitely don't do enough drop-offs. I should do more, but the evenings are tough because I'm either traveling kind of week in, week off, or I'm out for dinners and stuff. So not enough. It's getting better. Things are calm at home at the moment, but I could do more, and it's difficult. I try to ring fence the weekends if possible, and actually the company are really good at you know, not intruding too much on the weekend. The days can be incredibly intense. You know, sort of Monday to Thursday can be 15-hour days. Friday tends to be a little bit of a slow. We have these things called YouTube Fridays, Focus Fridays, but you're not meant to do meetings, but no one respects that. But so it's a constant balance. It's something that I'm continually kind of working on.
And I can imagine you've had a lot of success, been a lot of highs in your career. But what have been the hurdles, the obstacles, well, the biggest ones for you?
I think self-confidence. I think sort of coming in, you know, I think maybe coming in from, I mean, certainly going into Google, like massive imposter syndrome, you know, coming from I class myself as a creative kind of executive, and you're working with people who have incredible levels of IQ. But, you know, as I've grown in my career, you know, the EQ is important as well. So having the balance, and certainly on the music team, and Leo really values the, you know, both sides, being able to speak to the creative community as well as the other side. I think through the record industry, it was difficult. It was very, very challenging at times, you know, dealing with some of these different personalities. I think, you know, trying to convince artists or, you know, lawyers or representatives that you should do deals, and, you know, failing on deals sometimes. You know, you could be incredibly successful and then not, you know, you wouldn't be able to renew a deal. You know, I was recently diagnosed with ADHD, which was a couple of years ago, and that revealed a lot for me in terms of how my internal mind kind of processed people or events. You know, I used to really be, well, I still am, you know, incredibly sort of self-critical, and, you know, if I was in a presentation and I got a signal that, you know, things didn't sort of go my way, I literally would beat myself up for 3.5 weeks, 4 weeks about a tiny thing, and it may not even have happened. So I think kind of having more awareness on that, that's been a super interesting journey for me, and something that I've been able to work with a coach on around it. And, you know, that's just a continual journey. But yeah, I think kind of imposter syndrome and self-confidence, definitely.
We all get that at times, trust me. So in regards to, if we bring it back to YouTube, what does the next 5 years look like in terms of growth? And especially for emerging artists, what should they be expecting?
So the growth part I can't talk about. I don't know, but okay. I mean, YouTube's had a, you know, you can look at the quarterly results and obviously see the trajectory of YouTube and its influence in the media landscape, and, you know, that's really exciting. I think the move into kind of longer form and premium content, and, you know, the multi-format strategy, you know, it's a really unique ecosystem which is touching all parts of the world, and, you know, the integration with creators, I think, is super, super interesting. From a music perspective, we're doing a lot of work on growing premium. So, you know, not just to have the advertising model, but a subscription model alongside. So we call it the twin engines. A lot of work around fandom. So, you know, kind of creating this kind of, world for an artist to express themselves, not just through premium music video, but also, direct to consumer, ticketing, merchandise, lots of, different types of content knitted together. So I talked about Boiler Room, for example. If you went to search an artist and their premium music video and they'd done Boiler Room, you wouldn't see both types of content knitted together within an OAC, an official artist channel. So there's engineering work going on in the background to knit that together. And then, an investment in live. We were really proud to live stream the Brits globally recently, which was phenomenally successful. The music industry was super happy, lots of uplift for artists. So reinvestment in live. And, our goal is to generate, as I said, fame and fortune. So, how can more artists earn a living through the platform, and how can we support artists to break? And it's an incredibly convoluted world, with I think 300,000 plus pieces of content uploaded to platforms every single day, which somebody told me was more music than the entire year in 1989.
Oh, wow.
So it's hard to get attention.
So, in regards to success, because there's quite a few artists in the audience, what does success on YouTube look like in 2026? Is it views? Is it watch time? Is it community? Is it revenue? Or is it something else?
It's a really good question. I think it can be all of the above, or it could be one of the above. I think people look at subscribers maybe, or fans of a channel as a signal of success. Obviously, if an artist drops a piece of content, video or shorts, they're looking at views. Watch time could indicate, strength of fandom and communities. And, a lot of the work I talked about around fandom is how to build out communities. It just depends. I think, we're living in a global marketplace. You talked about it at the beginning, that we could go home tonight and upload a video, and there's no barriers to entry anymore. So in the old world, you had to sign with a label who controlled distribution, were gatekeepers to media. That's all gone away. So, reaching different markets, I think, is a indicator of success. And, artists will use, obviously, YouTube as a pillar to kind of build other facets of their business. So I guess it depends.
Okay.
And money, of course. Yeah, monetization.
So, your career there's been so many avenues for you getting to where you are today. And for me, I want to know, what has been the highlight so far of your career?
The highlight of my career?
So far, yeah.
Genuinely, at the moment, I really feel it's a privilege to work at YouTube, given the impact it's having in the world and the music industry. We also, I think, and as a basis for that, we are in a very privileged position that we can actually engage with the music industry and bring the entire music industry together into one place to discuss issues, to talk about challenges, to align on priorities. We ran a lunch up front of the Brits for all of the key label heads, big independents, Jo Twist and trade bodies, and we brought everybody together in a room for a lunch. That's the first time that's ever happened, I think, in the history of the UK music business, which, if you think about it, is completely bizarre. Because years ago, a lot of the labels they still compete, obviously, their businesses, but wouldn't sit around a room. And we got so much feedback that was a powerful moment to kind of bring people together to share their issues in the industry and to help us do that. So I think that's a great privilege. But there's a whole host of, artists that I've been able to work with over the years and help, and, partnership's been at the core of that. So, seeing artists develop through the platform and build through YouTube, somebody like Olivia Dean has been supported at YouTube for over, kind of 5 years, and, seeing an artist like that develop and grow and then flourish to become one of the most important breaking acts on the planet, if not the most important, I think is is a huge privilege. But I, generally try to live in more gratitude, these days, in terms of, being fortunate for what I have, trying to learn, the opportunity to learn from a technology point of view. We work closely with DeepMind, have an understanding of different markets, and I think that's a privilege and, a great achievement so far.
Thank you. Before I came into this in conversation, I was talking to a few of the attendees, and they were saying to me, because I was getting some tips for this conversation, and they said to me, don't talk too much about yourself. We want to hear Dan talk. I went, okay, I've taken that point on. And allow enough time for questions, because I know there's loads of questions in this room. So let's get on with the questions.
Okay.
Ooh. Yeah.
Hello. So I'm an artist trying to get started, and the question that I basically have is about, like, since YouTube is such a massive platform, and there's all kinds of creators on YouTube sharing things other than music, how can musicians stand out on a platform like YouTube?
It's a good question. I mean, I think I mentioned the amount of content that is being uploaded every single day. So you're not just competing within music, you're competing against content overall. I think people are feeling overwhelmed with content. I think that, we read some data recently that 16 to 19-year-olds are actually turning away from screens. I think artists are being forced to be out of position, artists, in my humble opinion, should be making music or art, but they're also being asked to be social media stars at the same time. In terms of music on YouTube, and certainly from my team's perspective, we work with, key distributors, key independents, key managers, and key labels. We also have partnerships with people like the Brit School or the MMF. We've ran the accelerator with the MMF now for 7 years, which is a phenomenally kind of successful program. We have a program called Foundry, which offers, small grants to independent artists. We work closely with the BPI. I think it's really tricky. There's no silver bullet answer for you. In terms of content strategies, we do offer best practice, and one of them is around kind of multi-format, so having a really clear kind of short strategy, premium music video, long form. I think the tools that are now available through Gemini and VO and AI to kind of really help empower artists and creators to create video content alongside kind of audio content, I think is something that I would really strongly encourage kind of leaning in. But I think playing a role in, conferences like this, I think trying to sign up to bodies like the MMF, I really think playing live, and I think there's a lot of challenges in the live industry at the moment in terms of the small music venues. But I think playing live, and there's certainly a return to, I think, the necessity to play live and really hone your art in terms of that connection with a fan, because I think you saw a lot of artists, to my social media point, exploding up on other short form content platforms and then being signed, but they couldn't really play live. So it was, I think you're trying to focus on the art, really focusing on live. I mean, obviously leaning into, the industry where you can. And I think, great art rises to the top. So, but it's not, I'm not going to sit here and say it's easy, because it's, it's clearly not.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Moss from Bradford. This is more of a compliment than a question here, Dan. I had the privilege to meet you in 2010. I think we've talked about it before. Dan is quite a grounded guy, and we were working on a baseline sort of music project from Sheffield, and through BBC Leeds we got a meeting with Dan, and the first thing he said when we walked into the Warner Brothers room in London, "Are you guys from Yorkshire?" That's what he said, yeah. And he was like, "Well, come in then." So this is a compliment, Dan. Thank you, mate. Whatever you say, that's the truth on it. Appreciate that.
Yeah, no, yeah. It's great to reconnect with you outside. I do remember that meeting. I do remember you coming into the office, and yeah, I mean, what can I say? Yorkshire, it's in the blood. So, you know, very, very passionate. You know, it's great also you mentioned Bradford and, you know, the plans, I think, for the BPI to, you know, invest in the north, and, you know, obviously aware that some of the labels have been investing more in the north, and, you know, Universal with EMI North, and there's lots of independent labels, but, you know, there clearly needs to be more of a music scene and an investment in the north. You know, I think for us from the north, this is like a very easy thing to understand, but
definitely,
you know, a lot of the music industry are not from up north, you know, thus the comments around the Brit Awards and having to travel. It doesn't make any sense that a music industry should be based in London with people who are predominantly from the south, and it's diversifying a lot, but I think it can do, you know, it can do a lot better. And I think platforms like YouTube, you know, we need to make sure that we have an impact outside London as well. And I truly hope, I think, you know, with the Mercury's going to Newcastle and the Brits coming to Manchester, that Leeds has its moment because of the heritage. You know, we talked about the dance scene, but, you know, all the way back to kind of The Who and Led Zeppelin playing in Leeds, to, you know, the great artists from Kaiser Chiefs to English, you know, there's a lot going on, and Leeds needs to kind of stand up and have its moment in the sun.
Hey up, mate, you all right? Yeah, I chose premium because of the freedom. That's what I feel it gives, and I feel other platforms I feel quite dictated to. And my question would be, with something that has so much freedom, I feel like, I don't know if I'm speaking for the room, but I feel like the industry feels very classist. I feel that's it. It's not just a north-south thing. I feel it's very classist. And on a platform that gives so much freedom, it gives you so much opportunity to find that reach that can bypass that in so many ways. But I feel, without knowing that somebody at the head of it, or with the influence or the reach that you have, has that locality and connection to Yorkshire, sometimes not knowing that can feel quite despondent. There's a room full of musicians here. There's Launchpad that have incredible acts representing Yorkshire. Is there anything that can help bypass that element and move it back into our territory? You know, case studies, reaching out to these sort of bands and giving that sort of Yorkshire or the North a look into it, where it can be like, yeah, you know what, it might be a bit biased because I'm based from here, but how much head start have they had? Do you know what I'm saying, man? What can the working class get? Because we're defiantly working class, man. Silverton Rascals, we talk about it, man. Social commentators, dance floor detonators. You give us a case study and a proper app, mate, we'll smash the fuck out of the ceiling. And that's what it's about, man. I just think we need that platform, and yeah, man, just be a bit biased for us, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, deal. Yeah, I mean, you raised a lot of interesting points. I think the first point was around the kind of democratization of music, which, you know, streaming is driven on a whole. You know, obviously YouTube is one player in that. There are other platforms, but I think that is a genuine opportunity that you've seen a lot of artists kind of, you know, grasp that and actually build global careers. And I think also what I described around ADA and now the ability for independent artists to take control of their copyright and actually have a say. Now, that doesn't happen for free, does it? You have to have teams around, and I think the labels offer, you know, huge amounts of resource as well that can really help artists develop. I've not really heard the kind of working class, you know, classist thing. I kind of, certainly not in any conversations that we have in the team, or I can't actually remember any conversation around that in 25 years of the music industry. But I've seen artists that have had obviously, you know, support or more resource or other things to help them cut through. And yeah. Yeah, earning a living, yeah. Yeah, 100%. I think I come back to the answer in terms of what we do from a YouTube perspective. You know, we're trying to kind of serve different communities and different aspects of the industry, whether it be independent talent, you know, managers, you know, people who are critical to the ecosystem and actually need support. Now, we can't provide grants for every single person, and we're trying to cater for different markets at the same time. So, you know, we can do more. I think the whole industry can do more in terms of, I think, diversifying outside of London, and investing more in the north. And I'm encouraged by what we're seeing, you know, in terms of what I mentioned from the BPI. So, yeah, that was a convoluted answer, but, you know, just some thoughts.
Thank you.
My question, my question would be, obviously I know there's probably quite a few people here that are from marginalised backgrounds. Myself, for example, would be due to disability and also being a trans woman. What is YouTube doing specifically to try and help those marginalised groups get a more equal footing on the ladder?
I mean, diversity and inclusion is a huge focus for Google generally, and YouTube, and we have lots of different programs to target, you know, underrepresented parts of society. So, you know, for example, there's a lot of focus around Pride, and the LGBT, you know, communities. There's, you know, the Black Voices Fund. We've had, you know, significant amount of work over the last few years trying to, you know, raise voices in that community. A huge amount of focus in women in music, and, you know, that's something we support. You know, youth music is something we've been behind. So there's a lot of different programs that we've invested in. You know, Google as a company, you know, it's highly, highly valued, and, you know, diversity and equity is spoken about a lot within the business. So hopefully that gives you some insight.
As a quick follow-up, is there any programs for YouTube specifically for that? So say like where you might say do an event on YouTube, for example, where you, say you specifically promote and showcase, for example, trans musicians. Is there anything like that that you do or plan to do?
All of the programs I mentioned have happened on YouTube. So just for clarity.
How do we find out about the programs and stuff? Like, where would I go to? Because I'm hearing about this for the first time for me, so I'm just wondering, where would I go? Is it on your website? Is there somewhere that we can go?
Yeah, I'll have to look at exactly where you can find the detail, but a lot of this is online, and a lot of it will be kind of industry facing with the partners that we work with.
Thank you.
Sorry, it just popped in my head. Is there a place on YouTube or any information specific for music best practices for exposure on YouTube?
Yes, there's a lot. Yeah, there's a lot in our sort of help section of YouTube. So there's a ton of best practice that you guys can tap into. Maybe there's a way, if we can get some of that through to the Launchpad, that can be distributed back. But yeah. There's a lot of best practice.
Specific for music as opposed to just in general?
Specific for music, I mean, actually there's a masterclass that we ran recently about making money on YouTube, which is on YouTube main, which you can tap into. So there's a ton of resource and masterclass that you can get access to immediately. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, just one quick follow-up on that. Would there... Oh, it's all right. I can look. It's all right. No worries.
You can ask. Go. You can ask.
Well, it was just basically I've got, I don't know, about 4,000 subscribers. It's music, but it's more music technology and how you do things. And I'm just wondering if there's anything about transitioning those subscribers into your actual artwork that you do yourself, or any kind of information on practices on that, of how you could transfer an audience to actually pick up with your creative aspects or anything like that.
That's definitely one to ask our help centre. Yeah, I can't answer that.
Yeah, hence the reason why I was going to say it's all right.
Hi, we heard from a speaker earlier today that Spotify are in the process or have already replaced a lot of their editorial team for playlist curation with AI. So I was just wondering what kind of emphasis YouTube are putting on curation and the human touch when it comes to discovery, and whether that's something that you consider a lot in your work.
Yeah, I didn't hear that about Spotify. We have a programming team. Obviously, there's the algorithm, but we have human editorial team who work alongside. They have a market spread. I think discovery is a huge focus at the moment in terms of trying to help artists cut through. So there's a lot of engineering work going on around the fame pillar, which I spoke about, which is really around surfacing new acts. And once an act is discovered, then how can we develop fandom on the platform, which is around sort of unifying some of the content opportunities. There are different fandom tools being developed at the moment that you're going to see come on platform. Growing a community is a big focus. Obviously, AI, is again a huge focus, and you've probably seen that integrated more into the existing tool sets and how that can drive more personalization. So it's a huge focus, and Lior, at the head of the company, is super focused in terms of how we can help solve this real puzzle of how acts can break. Because I think if you ask 100 people, even in the industry, and we often do, how an act breaks, there's 100 different answers. So the old route to market, which signing to a label, lining up some media partners, having enough money and then pressing the boom button, that doesn't work. That doesn't work anymore. So I think trying to have best practices, we use the masterclasses, case studies, I think was mentioned, and surfacing that back through our partnerships and educating, different cohorts in the market, whether it be, diverse cohorts, managers, agents, the live industry, of those best practices is what we're kind of focused on. But it has to be at scale, given the amount of humans we have in the business, and also the amount of partners we have, which are significant.
Thank you. Could we have this side of the room?
I'm going right to the back.
Oh, thank you.
Hi, my name's Matt. I'm a singer. A lot of what you've talked about during this conversation has been about human connection, about amplifying voices, and sending it to a global audience. Obviously, YouTube used to be about broadcast yourself as one of the taglines, right? So I wondered, and it kind of links to that AI thing, to what extent does YouTube Music actively resist promoting machine created content, or, to put it another way, promote human-made content?
You'd have to ask our engineers around the algorithm, but we're super focused on using AI to empower human creativity. We really believe that that should be valued, that there's a unique connection that happens between artistry and fans. But we're excited about how AI can help fuel that. And I think when I look at tools like VO, I don't know whether you guys have used VO, which is our video generation tool, and I think about independent artists who might not have the ability or funding to create a video. I think we've got research that shows that when a fan watches a video, 2 times more content is consumed. on platform that I think AI is a tool that can help, I think can aid that. We're aware of obviously artists using AI to, whether it's in the studio, you're seeing more and more AI repertoire obviously come to market alongside, human creators. So I can't comment on the algorithm, but human creativity is at the heart of everything we do, and obviously we work very closely with the labels and managers and trade bodies and artists direct and all parts of the ecosystem. And as you can imagine, human creativity is at the center of that, and that's something that we're actively working on.
Thank you.
Hi, Damien here. So I guess along those kind of lines, a thing that I find really frustrating with YouTube is the amount of what I would call, I guess, stolen content, really, in that I see a lot of reaction videos, for example, where someone will just sit in front of content that other people have made, or, films that are chopped up by someone else and just strung out on shorts. So you talked about 300,000 uploads a day. My concern is that there's just so much stuff that isn't really original content that it drowns out the people who are trying to create original content. It's just so easy to take that original content and say this is a reaction video and sit in front of that, and then the actual creator doesn't necessarily get the views, doesn't get the benefit, and therefore can't really take that to monetization at some point. Is the senior leadership of YouTube concerned about this, or are they only concerned really about aggregate views generally?
So this is not just related to AI slop. You're talking about content broadly across the platform, is that right?
Yeah, so not just the stuff that is now just being cut up and put together by AI. I mean, that's more of a new problem that's come along, but something that has existed for quite a few years. People effectively making a channel and getting views as reaction videos where they'll look for someone else's content and then just put themselves on a screen and a screen on top of that, and then they seem to often get the views get boosted by the algorithm, and the people who actually created that content don't get the benefit of it generally. So that's a concern that I have. I'm wondering if the senior leadership team at YouTube are aware of this, or if it's a concern at all for them.
Yeah, very, very aware. I mean, I don't know the specific example precisely you're describing, but I think I get the gist. I mean, there's a huge focus on, ensuring that the right content is surfaced on the platform, that, premium content is surfaced. We also have, as you know, Content ID, which is a, leading, content tool which allows, creators and rights holders the ability to monetize repertoire or take down repertoire. And over the last few years, user-generated content, I think we paid out $8 billion to the music industry last year, and user-generated content is around 30% of that. 99.9% of those claims are monetized. We are obviously aware of the issues within AI, and we have different tools like likeness ID to address that. There's a huge trust and safety infrastructure around the platform as well. So it's a huge focus. I think you talked about kind of creators and how they could be remunerated as well. And obviously there's a huge, alongside music, creator team as well. And, we're aware of the sort of opportunities in that space. And that's certainly something that leadership are looking at as well. But, YouTube wouldn't have the scale, I think the value that it has and the impact that it has, if it only surfaced, terrible, sort of content. So yeah, I mean, there's a huge focus on making sure that the right content is surfaced.
I'm sorry if anyone hasn't had a chance to ask a question, but I'm conscious of the time. And I just wanted to kind of like finish up and say, I think from this conversation, it's clear to say that strategy, consistency and community really matter more than ever. For young creatives in the room, what I would say is don't underestimate what you're building. Platforms change, algorithms change, but authenticity and resilience, you know, travels. Before you leave today, Dan, I have a question. And that is, if you could go back and give your 18-year-old self some advice, what would that be?
Don't stress about uni. I think looking back, I'd probably try to take things not, too seriously. I think really understand. I think looking back at that age, you get told by your parents it's the best time in your life. It's the most freedom you're going to have. Enjoy it. And I remember just thinking, what a load of fucking bullshit. And what happens is, as you get older, you actually realize that that's true. And you realize that all of the cliches that people say are actually correct. That time is limited, that you have these sort of windows of time, and you have unique amounts of freedom, which you don't get as you're older. If you have kids, obviously your life changes. It's magical in so many different ways, but your life becomes more and more constrained. So I would say kind of listen to what people are saying to you, and like try and absorb it. I am aware it's a really tricky time, I think, for people to find their way into into work at the moment. And I think trying to follow your passion, given you are 18, or if I was 18 again, I would look to really, really follow my passion and, and take risks. And I was lucky to have the opportunity to get out of Leeds. Leeds is a great city. I think we would all celebrate Leeds, but there is a big world out there. And, the world is becoming a smaller place. And obviously YouTube is, illustrating that. So I think, look global, look outside. Follow your passions, realize that you do have a lot of time to make mistakes and get back up. But I used to work in kind of 5-year segments. I was like, I think once I got into a business I was passionate about, I was always sort of tracking, how 25, 30, 35. So I don't think sort of having an intensity on that is a bad thing. But yeah, you've got a lot of time, so, enjoy it.
On that note, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure speaking with you, and I'm truly inspired. And to know that you've come from Leeds, that's aspirational within itself. Just keep repping for us.
Of course, anytime. Thank you for
Can we all give Dan the biggest round of applause, please? Thank you.
Right. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Serena and Dan. That was a wonderful final panel. Hey, we did it. We made it to the end of the day. Well done, everyone. And thank you so much for being here and amazing questions, all that good stuff. Next up is networking drinks, and I really hope as many of you as possible are staying. Unlike previous years, they are not happening in this building, so do not stay here. They are happening at the Victorian Commercial, which is about a 5-minute walk away, and I'm sure lots of people are going, so just follow the crowd. Keep your lanyard, because that is your free drink ticket. So make sure you keep that with you, please, and trade it at the bar. Thank you so much, and I hopefully will see you there.